Okay, recording is up, and because I effed up on my uploadings, I will be doing a recap of the first few chapters of Syberia 3 because I really hate not having the entire story uploaded. We played it in adventure mode. And sadly, we have to replay from the very beginning and destroy the previous playthrough, but oh well, going on as this. We finished the game after all, so all is good. Yeah, honestly, if this boat is this beached and this buried in snow, there's no way the hell Kate's alive, but they all make us believe she is. And why is this one Yuki brown? All of the others are white. Just this one that's barked here is brown. The hell?
Three months ago, nomads found her dying in northern Siberia. Walker, Kate Walker, born in New York in the United States. She had an American passport on her. She showed up at the clinic last week. She's recovering. She's fine.
You're certain, Olga Efimova? You have to keep her there until we arrive.
I will do what it takes. You can count on me, Colonel. Oh, my head.
Hello, Kate Walker.
Hello?
My name is Kirk, Kate Walker. Kirk of the Yukol tribe. Do you remember the Yukols?
Where are we? My memory's all mixed up. There was a terrible blizzard with snow and ice, and then nothing.
We are in the clinic of Dr. Zamyatin, in the town of Valsambor.
How did I end up here?
We Yukols migrate with our snow ostriches to the sacred lands. It's a long journey. A very special journey. 1 month ago, we found you dying on a riverbank there in the north. We took you in and our shaman cared for you. Afterwards, we continued our journey. And today, We are both here to finish getting better.
Yeah, the zoom wasn't needed. I can see this huge stump from far away. Thank you. Yeah, why are you in a hospital? That's a
What's
smart
wrong,
question to
Kate
ask.
Walker?
You look seriously injured. I'm so sorry, Kirk.
I appreciate your concern, Kate Walker. But don't worry about me. Dr. Zamiatine asked a master craftsman from Velsambor to make me a new leg, and he's going to put it on me when it's ready. It will be like a brand new leg.
Why are you tied to that bed?
That was the decision of Madame Olga, Dr. Zamiatine's assistant. She says I'm too restless, and it's the only way to make sure I get better. Apparently, it's going to take a long time to make my artificial leg. And in the meantime, my people are without a guide and are waiting for me, with the herd, so we can continue.
If you don't mind my asking about your leg, what exactly happened to you?
Soldiers bombed the route we were taking with our caravan. For no reason. Just to frighten us and force us to turn back. I was a bit too close to the explosion. A piece of rock. That's it.
You mean the authorities did it on purpose? But why?
They think that the snow ostrich migration has no place in today's world, and that my tribe should settle down once and for all. But we will never do that, Kate Walker. That would mean defying the spirits. And the Yukols fear the spirits far more than the soldiers.
Fair enough.
Why do the Yukos make the journey?
My people live in symbiosis with the great snow ostriches, Kate Walker. Their wool protects us from the cold. Their excrement feeds our crops, and their meat feeds us. They are also our mounts and beasts of burden, so we must follow them wherever they go.
And do they migrate because of the weather?
No, Kate Walker. They go to the sacred lands to reproduce. It is an event that only occurs a few times per century. For the Yukols, it is rare to be able to boast of having participated in more than 3 migrations during one's lifetime.
The Yukos I've met didn't speak my language anywhere near as well as you. I'm very impressed.
From time to time, missionaries and merchants came through our village. I learned very quickly, Kate Walker. It's important if I am to guide my people.
I don't mean to be rude, Kirk, but aren't you a bit young for that?
The spirits do not take age into account when they choose a chief for the Yukols. And the spirits are very wise. They do not make mistakes when they choose the one who will guide our people on the sacred migration.
Well, Kirk, I'm delighted to have made your acquaintance. I guess I have to go tell the staff that I'm awake, I feel fine, and I have no intention of hanging around here.
Of course, Kate Walker. I'm sure someone will be in the yard. Maybe even Madame Olga.
She seems quite eager to go out and leave, but go where, Kate? Do you have any plans? Can I know them?
What? Hello? Is anybody there?
I don't think anybody heard you, Kate Walker. Try using the call button that's located next to the door.
Nothing. It doesn't work, Kirk.
I think I saw some of the staff using it the other day. Take a good look at the mechanism, Kate Walker. Maybe you can find a way to get it working again.
My mouse game, thank you.
This diagram shows how to turn the call button on, but I can't do anything until I can get at the internal mechanism.
Search the room. I'm sure you'll be able to find something you can use to open it up with.
Tutorials.
There's no screwdriver among the medication. I have to admit it's kind of reassuring. Nothing useful here.
You can't repair this bell without opening it, Kate Walker.
Have a nice view. It would be nice if we had windows, though. Or at least a door that closes. Because there's nothing stopping all this cold getting inside where we were just sleeping. And I'm pretty naked. Wow, there's hot steaming soup here? In this cold?
I'm sure the tip of this knife could get this screw out of the bell. Better than nothing, anyway.
That should do the trick quite nicely. Now try to use it to see if you can repair the call button.
Right. Let's see if I can repair the mechanism.
If
Oh,
you're
yeah.
not sure, maybe the diagram you saw earlier might help.
Yeah, it looks so complicated. Oh my god, I have no idea how I can possibly fix this myself without the diagram. So hard.
Finally. Right. Now I just have to find a supervisor.
Well done, Kate Walker. I'm going to have a bit of a rest now. Please try to come back and say goodbye to me before you go.
The light, the wind, the heat. I can still feel it all. I dream of it every night. Cursed! We're all of us cursed!
The elevator to get out. Now, how am I supposed to open it? Automaton birds?
The birds in the aviary are beautiful. My mother would have absolutely loved them. She loved birds. Always did. Up to the end. Laranor. Living hell. Never set foot there.
I really tried. I tried to tell them I was a whole lot better. They just wouldn't listen. Whatever you say, they never listen.
Well, I don't think their idea is to listen or make you feel better.
Have you seen the mammoths too? Go tell the staff, that way maybe they'll believe me. And have you seen any dragons too? Relax a bit. The monster of the lake can't get anywhere near you. We're way too high up, you know. And besides, the fountain pipes are far too narrow for its tentacles.
Go hold your head under the ice water in the fountain, Nikita. That'll clear up your damn headaches.
Not his time. This isn't a normal headache. It's like a pile of rusty nails rattling in my skull.
Well, that's you settled then. Did you speak to Madame Olga or Dr. Mongoling?
No, because maybe they're the ones sticking the damn nails in my head while I'm asleep. Nail after nail through the nostrils, It's just like I told you.
The only thing the doctors want is for us to get better. We'll go see the birds in the aviary later. It helps calm you down. It's even recommended when you have nails in your head.
Poor guy.
Someone should have a word with the maintenance department. Someone should have a word with the maintenance department.
Dr. Olga, we should perhaps say hello. And he is besmitten who thought to besmite. Besmite? Get it?
No, I don't really get it, but oh my god.
It burns. It still burns, even after all these years. And the nails. The damn nails in my head.
Poor guy. I really have it rough.
Wow.
Yeah, this is an amazing fountain and an amazing waste of water, but works, I guess. After the scenic route, let's head for the conversations that will probably take us to the next part of the quest.
Hello.
And who might you be, miss?
Yeah. Who are we speaking to?
My name is Kate. Kate Walker.
Kate. Kate Walker. That doesn't sound too local.
Yeah. So how did you get here, Kate? Kate Walker?
The Yukos brought me here.
The Yukos. They're nothing but chicken thieves. A whole bunch of scumbag morons doing nothing but infesting the streets of Valsambor.
Yeah. Now they've come here to do their dirty work.
You mean Kirk, I suppose.
For 20 years we've been in this clinic. Since we got back from Baranor. Listen, this place has always actually been a quality establishment. I don't mind admitting. So we were pretty disappointed when we heard that Madame Olga is now letting in those degenerate scumbags from up north.
Come on, Anton, come on. Madame Olga knows very well what she's doing. She must have her reasons for letting those midgets in here.
So have you really been here for 20 years?
Yeah. At first, we were kept for observation with some of our buddies after that damn mission to, Baranur.
Leon and me, we're almost the last ones still here now. We don't know what happened to the others. Gotta say, some of them were pretty bad. Worse than us. Some guys who got it pretty bad.
Fortunately, Madame Olga looks after us right. They look after us nicely here.
Yeah. She looks after us good. She's a real lady, if you want my opinion.
Baranur? What's Baranur?
A place. It's a goddamn hellhole.
What are you talking about, Anton?
That's all I have to say about it, Kate. Kate Walker. Can't stir up the past.
Can you tell me where the exit is, please?
It's there. But you won't be able to leave until you've had a meeting with Dr. Mongo Ling in his office.
Yeah, he's the one who knows if you're cured or not.
I'll be leaving you then, gentlemen. Goodbye.
See you around, Kate. Kate Walker.
Yeah. See you around.
I love how they're just not bothered by the fact that she's walking around in her lingerie.
Get your bearings. I understood that you'd be staying with us for a little while yet. If it hasn't already been done, go tell Dr. Mangling that you are finally awake.
So you're finally awake. Has Dr. Olga been informed? Dr. Mongoling's office is just there, the door right next to the mirror.
Well, this mirror fails at mirroring, considering I'm seeing what's inside and not what's outside.
Ah, you're finally awake, number 10. What can I do for you?
Well, it seems to me that I'm cured. And now I'd like to be on my way.
Given your condition, that would seem somewhat premature and perhaps even unreasonable, number 10.
I am not a number. My name is Kate Walker. I would appreciate it if you would call me by my name, Doctor.
There's a perfect example. That aggression boiling up within you. I'm afraid that it may be a significant traumatic after effect.
So you're refusing to let me leave?
Oh, no, of course not, miss. I have no intention of abusing any of the prerogatives of my position. Nonetheless, first you must submit to a series of tests that are designed to demonstrate that you have fully recovered. You understand. Please, sit down.
On that?
Yes, yes, don't be afraid.
Mm-hmm.
What the?
You sound saucy, yeah.
Don't worry about these restraints. Merely a simple formality that's part of the protocol that Dr. Olga, our supervisor, has implemented. Right. I do believe that we can begin. Now, be so kind as to state your first and last names, age, and place of birth, please.
I'll try to answer as close to what I remember.
To be honest, Doctor, I don't remember.
That's not what the lie detector says. Fortunately, your passport can speak for you. Kate Walker, 29 years of age, born in New York City, United States of America.
You're using a lie detector?
It's procedure. Please stop worrying and talk to me instead of your friends and family. Are you on
No.
good terms with them?
Absolutely. I get along great with my family and everybody I work with.
You don't seem to be particularly scrupulous with regard to the truth, Miss Walker. Unfortunately for you, you were rather more talkative than expected while you were in your coma. A real chatterbox you were, and we took careful notes. We know that lately you had a most unfortunate falling out with all the people you hold dear in New York. Your mother, your best friend, and even your fiancé. I understand that it all happened after you met Hans Vorarlberg, and also a certain Oscar. Tell me about these gentlemen, please.
Oscar was an automaton and Hans Vorarlberg was the person who made him. We became friends, and I went with them on a long journey through Europe. There you have it.
To be honest, what I'm interested in, Miss Walker, is that during your travels you were in contact with the Yukon people, the nomads who brought you here to Velzembor. In your opinion, what should we fear from such a primitive tribe of savages who understand neither law nor border, refusing civilization and settlement?
She was unconscious when she was traveling with them so far, so... The hell?
Do I need to repeat the question?
I think, Doctor, that the Yukols live in harmony with nature, time, and space. They have no real reason to change the way they live.
Now that is an example of typical American idealism. Maybe you should go back to New York right away. I'm sure your brilliant ideas will be justly appreciated there. I see. In a way, your silence is quite answer enough, Miss Walker. So you intend to continue your journey through our country. A hazardous undertaking with neither goal nor destination. Pity for a brilliant New York attorney who seemed to have a gleaming future.
That's not for you to decide, Doctor. For the rest, I think I've demonstrated throughout this interview that I present no psychological after effects from my injuries. I would therefore like you to authorize my release now.
Your interview is indeed conclusive, yes, but all the same, I still have some reservation. Your almost subversive ideas and your propensity to lie systematically.
I'm sorry, but I'm not used to being interrogated like this.
Some years ago, I would have interrogated you in a very different manner, Miss Walker. I grant that I may still feel some nostalgia for the good old traditional methods.
I can tell.
You're one of the very last representatives of a world that is fast disappearing, Miss Walker. A disordered world that no one will miss. This key is much like you, unstructured and uncontrollable. If you're able to find a way to use it to leave this floor, then you shall have proved that you are permanently cured.
I would like to get my things back before I leave.
You will find them there.
Turn around.
Oh, so he can't watch while you're getting dressed, but he can watch while you're in your underwear. Okay. Whatever floats your boat. Well, at least she's not naked anymore. And, oh, never displayed objectives for me in this game.
You seem somewhat upset. Try looking at the birds in the aviary. That should calm you.
And there's nothing about O in their own controls. Maybe they are for the other mode of play style. Oh well. Let's try and get out of here. Spin, 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 spin. That's where it should be going.
But
What on earth's wrong, Miss Walker?
I don't understand. The key, it didn't work.
I did warn you, you know. You can't be at all well enough yet to deserve to be released already.
No, there must be a problem with your damn key.
Our keys are somewhat old, I will admit. But they've never failed me yet when called upon to do their duty.
Well, there's a first time for everything. You can see that I managed to use the key and that I am perfectly cured. I have the right to leave.
Impossible, Miss Walker. The rule is very clear. Only those patients who are capable of opening the door may leave this floor.
And that's not sus at all.
Right. Since you won't help me, I want to speak with your superior, Dr. Olga.
You can do that when she comes by to see you for her daily visit. But please don't count on me to disturb her before then.
There's a problem with the key. That's obvious. I need to find out where it comes from.
I really tried. I tried to tell them I was a whole lot better. They just wouldn't listen.
See those still, but I don't think they're the only ones that haven't changed in their dialogue options.
Ah, Kate. Kate Walker. How's it going? You look kind of down.
Well, I had a problem.
I bet you went and flunked Dr. Mongoling's test, right? But don't go flipping out over it, Kate. Kate Walker. I could never figure out how I was supposed to pass those damn tests either.
I did fine in the interview, and he gave me the key to the exit. The problem is, I can't open the door. It doesn't work.
Sometimes things just aren't obvious around here. I gotta tell you, Kate Walker. Leon, who is a lot sneakier than me. A few years ago, he got through the interview okay, and also actually got that damn key from the doctor.
Yeah, but I never got the damn door open. Same as you.
There's something really wrong with this place. That weird interview we have to go through doesn't surprise you? And all of that just to get a key that doesn't open anything?
Dr. Olga told us lots of times, Kate Walker. In this place, talking bad about the protocol is proof you're really sick.
Yeah, Dr. Olga knows what she's doing, and you can really trust her. When we're
Nope.
better, our minds will be able to understand how the key works, you see?
My god, they're being lied to so hard. Well, let's ransack the office.
I should inspect the key before I do anything else. I already know that everything works here. Let's check the key. I already know that everything works here. Let's check the key. These holes, it looks like something's been removed from the key. No doubt about it, my key's been deliberately damaged. I need to find a perfect copy if I want to be able to repair it. Uh-huh.
They really left the office unattended.
I see. According to the picture, there's a pin missing. I need to find a way to fix it. But how am I going to manage it?
Be reasonable, please, Miss Walker. I'm sure that with our treatment, in a few months you'll regain all of your faculties, and you'll be able to leave the clinic perfectly cured.
Mm-hmm. Tell that to the guys that's been here for 20 years. Plus.
How are you, Kate Walker? Is your departure from the clinic imminent?
I'm afraid not.
You seem upset. What's wrong?
I have to use a kind of key to open a door and finally get out of this place. It's a kind of a test, you know? A test that I passed, but the key didn't work. And when I compared it with an original, I saw it had been sabotaged. I'm getting the impression they're trying to keep us here by any means, Kirk. Whether we want to stay or not.
That's a serious accusation. Are you sure?
The proof is building up. First, there's that key which doesn't work, and that bed you're trapped in, and your missing prosthesis.
It's true that I've been very weak since I began Madame Olga's treatment. But she says that it's normal. She calls it temporary secondary effects.
We really need to get out of here, Kirk.
Unfortunately, I cannot undertake the long migration of the ostriches without the mechanical leg, Kate Walker. But you, on the other hand, you can leave.
But how?
Show me the model of the key you told me about. I need... That's what I thought. With this, my tribe smith should be able to repair your key. If, of course, you find a way to get it to him.
I doubt they have a postal service here.
Go onto the balcony. Our shaman's messenger is never very far. I use it to communicate with my people. You can give it the key. It'll take it to my tribe smith.
Got it. Thank you so much, Kirk. Hey, you! Birdie! Birdie! I've got something for you!
Well, that's one lazy bird.
That's not right. Nothing. About that bird, Kirk. I must be doing something wrong. It won't come to me when I call it.
It's true that the old owl is a bit of a lunatic. Have you tried to get it to land on the balcony?
No, but I don't see what I can use for that.
Look around the yard, Kate Walker. You may find something that might interest the board.
Why not? I'll give it a shot. Thank you for your help, Kirk. Automaton birds?
Well, this is the only thing that makes sense to use. Considering we can't use the fresh bread that was next to the piping hot soup.
This key. I wonder if...
I wonder where his buddy went. Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Anton fell asleep in the middle of the game again. He says it's the treatment, but I think he does it on purpose to avoid losing. Yeah.
And nobody's bothered by the fact that I was inside the aviary just now. No yelling, hey, give me back the bird! What are you doing? Who are you? Ah! Okay, no letter, just a brochure and a key. Nice thing, trusting that somebody will notice something was different about the key and one of the pictures on the brochure.
The owl flew away with the key, Kirk.
That's good news, Kate Walker. Now we only need...
Kirk. What's wrong?
Dr. Olga's treatment.
Kirk, can you hear me? Wake up!
Come, come. No need to be alarmed, Miss Walker.
You're Dr. Olga, I suppose.
We weren't expecting you to awaken for another few days, Miss Walker. This is surprising, truly. If I had known, I would have come by earlier in the day to assist you in your return to the world of the waking.
Unlike poor Kirk here, I have no need of help. I am very well, thank you.
Fainting is a secondary effect inherent in the treatment, Miss Walker. Nothing more. In medicine, despite any discomfort, protocol must be respected.
Oh, you mean that horrible mechanical bed where that poor boy is waiting for a prosthesis that never comes? That's protocol? And I suppose the same is true for the absurd interrogation I had to go through.
You seem to have developed a singular paranoia since you came out of the coma. When we get the chance, I'll look into it. But for now, I'm going to ask you to please leave. I have to administer the next stage of the treatment to your young friend.
Fine, I'm leaving. I hope all this is going to help him.
Well then, I can't imagine why you might think the opposite, Miss Walker.
Oh. Last time I actually confronted her and
How
she
is
drugged
he?
me.
Your young friend is reacting to the treatment very well. Everything is fine. He's resting.
It's nice that the choices have
Well,
consequences,
goodbye,
as
Doctor.
little as they are.
I'll come by and see you very soon, Miss Walker. Don't worry.
Wow, this is actually creepier than her drugging me.
What on earth could that quack have injected him with?
Well, we have a fixed key at least.
Kate Walker.
Kirk! How do you feel?
Not very well, I'm afraid.
We've got to get you out of that horrible woman's grasp. Once we get out of here, I'm going to denounce her to the authorities. Trust me.
The authorities don't care what happens to the Yukos, Kate Walker. Look at what they did to my leg.
No way I'm leaving here without knowing what's going to happen to you.
The best thing, Kate Walker, is for you to go alone. And if you really want to help me, once you are outside, go to Valsambor and try to recover my prosthesis from the craftsman. If you bring it back to me, Dr. Zamiatin will put it on, and I will be able to go back to my tribe.
Can we trust Dr. Zamiatin? I'm not so sure when I see what this clinic is like.
The man has always been a friend to the Ukols, and I'm sure he'll be able to help you leave the hospital and find the craftsman in Valsambor.
Okay. I promise to come back as soon as I can with your prosthesis, Kirk. Until then, hang in there.
Thank you, Kate Walker. And may the spirits be with you.
I'll save you, Kirk. You're not wearing a red shirt, everything's fine. or how those two are doing.
I'm happy. Dr. Mongoling asked me to look after the maintenance of the garden aviary.
Oh, that would have been a useful piece of information before you fell asleep.
How are you doing, Kate? Kate Walker. My new treatment is making me fall asleep on my feet.
Oh, that was easy.
No way I'm going back upstairs.
Place has some nice pictures.
At this time of day, Dr. Zamiantine should be available. I'm sure you will find Dr. Zamiantine in his office.
If it's for a regular checkup, the doctor's offices are behind the reception area. For any complaints, please speak with the doctor.
Excuse me.
Yes?
Pretty gloomy clinic. It could do with a bit of human warmth.
It used to be the fortress of the Dukes of Valsambor, the ancient rampart standing against invasions from the east. The inhabitants of Valsambor took refuge here and often escaped the besiegers through mysterious secret passages.
When did it become a clinic?
That was 20 years ago, thanks to Dr. Zamiatine.
I'm looking for Dr. Zamiatine.
He's in his office. You'll find it in the small corridor back there, the first door on your left.
I would like to leave this clinic. Would you mind telling me where the exit is, please?
Well, usually I'd have told you to go over to the other side of the courtyard to take the funicular that goes down to Valsambor. But it seems Dr. Efimova has shut off the entire clinic for security reasons. The funicular has been stopped until further orders.
I see. Thank you for all that information. I'll be going now.
Maybe you should head on back to your room and wait until they say the funicular is fixed and back in service.
I'll think about it. Goodbye.
It seems only the top floor is high security.
Ah, that's bad luck. I missed the last funicular. Do you know why Dr. Efimova locked down the clinic?
Mention of a safety measure from what I heard. Apparently 1 or 2 patients were wandering about.
But I've finished work. What can I do until the funicular is running again? I wanted to go to the tavern for lunch. Today's the day when that cute Sarah Steiner is working.
I'm afraid they don't actually need a reason, my friend. You're primed and ready for overtime. And it's good timing. Dr. Mangling told me he was going to need help upstairs with a difficult patient.
Are you here for a visit?
No, I'm the difficult patient.
Trapped.
But it's completely crazy. They closed everything down, just like that. So now how am I supposed to get back?
You can just get a room here. Apparently that's popular. Let's talk to the doctor. Maybe he has some ideas how to get the fuck out of here.
Dr. Olga? Nobody. Maybe not such a bad thing.
I've been waiting for my appointment for hours. That's just incredible, isn't it? Shutting down the funicular while there are still visitors.
I'm here to see my husband. He's been here months and months. His doctors say that he hasn't fully recovered yet.
And nobody's finding that suspicious?
The funicular is out of service until further notice. Believe me, we are just as annoyed as you about the funicular.
Why not have a seat for a bit in the waiting room? It's just near the offices, right behind reception. Have you seen the ruins in the courtyard? The ramparts date to the Middle Ages, you know.
Ah, hello, Miss Walker. How very delightful to see you up and about. Even if I really have to admit that I'm a bit surprised. Our dear Dr. Olga painted a far darker picture of your current state of health.
Well, maybe you should go up sometime.
Dr. Efimova and Dr. Mangling want everyone to believe that I'm crazy so they can justify keeping me here against my will.
Olga did indeed speak to me about your unfortunate penchant for paranoia. Be careful not to let such perilous perturbations flourish in your mind, Miss Walker. They may be the source of many of your difficulties, for you and for those around you.
Sadly, I assure you that my accusations are well-founded, Dr. Zamiatin. I'm of perfectly sound mind.
Listen to me, Miss Walker. I know that waking up after a prolonged period in a coma is difficult. In such a context, anxiety attacks are very normal. But please, do not project it onto Dr. Olga. I'm not getting any younger, you know, and running this clinic is a very heavy burden. The last few years, Olga has shown she is capable of assisting me. I have every faith in her.
But
The subject is closed, Miss Walker. But let me tell you that your insistence is misplaced. It corroborates, I'm afraid, the conclusions in your psychological assessment.
as you like, Doctor.
Please tell me about that pendant you have around your neck. I must admit I noticed it as soon as you walked in.
You're not the only one that did.
Miss Walker, is everything all right?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it.
It's a souvenir.
Of a good memory or a bad one?
Both at once, really.
Of course, just like with all memories, right? At any rate, what's currently important for you is to avoid being too haunted.
Dr. Zamiatine, I promised Kirk I'd go to the craftsman in Valsambor and bring back his mechanical prosthesis. The poor boy has been waiting for it for ages, so I'd like to try to speed up the process. Would you tell me how to get there?
Now there's a truly noble initiative, Miss Walker. I asked my clockmaker friend Simon Steiner to manufacture the young Yukal's mechanical prosthetic leg. He's a capable craftsman and ingenious. You'll find him in his workshop, near the Valsambor port. I imagine he must almost be finished with his work by now. He makes amazing things. You'll see.
Can you authorize my release so that I can see Dr. Steiner? Unfortunately, I've been told that the clinic is in lockdown.
You will have to ask Dr. Olga, Miss Walker. She signed the current order to lock our establishment down. She's in charge of giving out the passes.
Do you do anything in this clinic?
This book should answer any of the questions you may have about our Yukol's friends. Farewell and bon voyage, Miss Walker.
Why did the Yukels ask you to heal Kirk?
On each of their migrations, the Yukol shamans and I have exchanged medical knowledge. Their trance therapy and materia medica have provided astounding results for my patients affected by psychological afflictions. In exchange, I do what I can to take care of those injured that they can't heal using their traditional medicine. Like that poor boy who lost his leg.
How many ostrich migrations have you seen?
This is the third one. I'm lucky to have seen so many of them. It's a rare spectacle. Believe me, the great herd of ostriches accompanied by the Yukols, doomed to blindly follow their animals wherever they happen to roam. And they don't care about countries, wars, and borders.
You seem to like the Yukels, Dr. Zamiatine.
They are a fascinating people, you know, and such astonishing medicine infused with shamanism. Without which, no doubt, you would have never arrived in this clinic alive, Miss Walker.
I get the impression that the Yukels aren't much liked around here.
Indeed. It would seem that most of the inhabitants of Valsambor are now quite hostile towards them. This wasn't the case a while back, you know. When I was young, the migration of the snow ostriches was an event widely welcomed with open arms in Valsambor.
Why the change in attitude?
Our region was actually somewhat devastated 20 years ago. Dramatic events changed the way people viewed the world. The people turned inward on themselves. They are less welcoming. And the fact that the Yukols have been stuck here, next to Lake Valsambor for several weeks, hasn't helped.
It's really necessary for me to ask Olga's permission to leave? You're the director of this clinic, after all.
Olga is my right-hand woman. I can't keep her uninvolved in current matters, Miss Walker. She is also currently your doctor. You should really talk with her about it. She isn't as evil as you seem to believe. You'll find her in her office,
she's
most
worse.
probably.
Medical studies, alternative medicine manuals, great literature. Super collection.
Okay, let's give this book a read. Anthropological Mysteries Anthology. Mondio Magazine Publications. Preface by Cornelius Pons. Chapter 17. Extracts from Yuko Culture Across the Ages by Bronislaw Maus. Mammoths butchered by Yukos, according to Yuko tales recorded by Bronislaw Maus. Preface. Yukos, a name that systematically makes my usually torpid students goggle. Never before had they caught wind of the existence of this fascinating people. A people strong, fiercely independent, and kind. So why does the gentle fragrance of mystery float around this thousand-year-old culture? And how to pierce the veil? The work you hold in your hands is the ultimate reference on the subject. I can attest without hesitation that reading it led directly to my study, which lasted years, of this culture as part of the same research the author and I conducted, paleontology. Yet what greater compliment for an academic work than to have incited in a colleague the desire to explore a new field of research, and to have transmitted this new and long-lasting passion to successive generations of students. Cornelius Pons, professor of paleontology at the University of Borakstad. The origins of the Yuko tribe. Members of the Yuko tribe. Illustration produced from the accounts of Bronislaw Maus. Precisely dating the emergence of the Yuko tribe is an arduous, if not impossible, task. Numerous traces and ruins scattered between the northern Urals and the French Alps nonetheless attest to an existence that goes back at least as far as the dawn of history. To this unusual longevity can be added another remarkable fact: the character of the Yuko customs and traditions unchanged after millennia. This rare preservation of a tribe way of life is principally explained by discretion, as the Yukos are almost unknown among us. The correlation of two factors is behind our general ignorance of this tribe. The first is the Yugos' nomadic way of life, or more specifically, semi-nomadic, but we shall return to this point later. Itself the reason for the second factor, the routes taken by the tribe are mainly located in unknown and mostly wild territory, still very much at the outskirts of the great, in terms of size, and dominant civilizations that have left their mark on Eurasian history. These two factors have thus enabled the Yukos to elude all attempts at ethnic religious purification, remaining outside the main conflicts that have shaken the continent. So many parameters that have made the preservation of their culture possible. Nonetheless, we shall return to this point later. The Yukos are not unknown to all. Their migrations bring them into regular contact with the indigenous people, but if the latter tolerate their passage, they have never socially accepted interbreeding with the tribe, thus preventing any form of cultural dilution. Gathering in a sled, illustration produced from the accounts of Bronislaw Maus. Relationship with nature. There is an undeniable, almost organic connection between the Yuko tribe and nature. The rare traces accepted as being of their civilization attest to a cave dwelling tradition backed by a strong ability to adapt. The tribe inhabited natural grottos during its wanderings in western lands, while in the Arctic regions they occupied ice caves that they carved out by hand. Yoko architecture illustration produced from the accounts of Branislaw Mouse. The Yukos also live in symbiosis with a variety of of animal species. Whether it is the owls they have tamed and trained to act as messengers, or the little known Yuki, Canis ursus polaris, used as tracker, sheepdog, and sled dog, the tribe has become expert at domestication. The Yuko's survival is directly correlated to that of certain animal species. There is considerable evidence the tribe having been in close proximity to mammoths in prehistoric times, with the animals serving as beasts of burden, a means of transport, and sources of meat and wool. Their gigantic bones were also used as building materials or to make furniture. Yuki's illustration produced from the accounts of Bronislaw Mouse. The Yuko believe that the mammoths are not in fact extinct, but indeed still exist on a large island in the northern reaches of the continent. If the author of these lines should prefer not to indulge in the formulation of an opinion in direct contradiction to scientific consensus, he is nonetheless forced to admit that he has seen, with his own eyes, examples of Yuko craftsmanship made from the bones of pachyderms in an astounding state of conservation. Yuko riding a mammoth. Illustration produced from the Yuko Tales as told by Bronislaw Mouse. The fact remains that the Yukos have shifted their dependence from the mammoths to the great snow ostriches, a population of migratory Arctic birds known for their stubborn and nervous nature. These ostriches have the particularity of setting all out every 20 years or so on a great migration, covering a vast territory. The purpose of the migration is to bring the herd to the lands where they reproduce, lush steppes located in the heart of what no, is now Yakistan. Yuko riding a great snow ostrich illustrated produced from the accounts of Bronislaw Mouse. Yay, last page! Animism and spirituality. One of the most fascinating characteristics of the Yuko culture resides in its ability to absorb a material imperative, the need for part of the tribe to follow the herd of snow ostriches to ensure the survival of the entire group, and transform it into a spiritual event, a platform for the tribe. Indeed, those of the tribe who accompany the great ostriches experience the migration as a spiritual voyage, an intimate transcendence whose purpose is to draw the favor of the spirits upon the individual and its family. The route of the migration is thus scattered with sacred stages, rites, and spiritual codes that the caravan's shamans ensure are scrupulously respected. They are both soothsayers, they interpret the signals left by the spirits, and advisors to the leader of the migration. The spiritual guide, seen as superior and somehow chosen by the spirits to guide the caravan to the legendary sacred lands where the ostriches will reproduce. Transmission of a Yukon myth. Illustration produced by the accounts of Bronislaw Mouse. Oh, that was a big book to read. Now let's move on with with our lives. Well, let's check on Olga.
The American is awake. You must hurry, Colonel.
How is she doing?
Fine, apparently. She is docile for the moment. This may not last too much longer, I'm afraid.
And what about the tribe of nomads?
Just like the past 2 years, Lake Valsambor hasn't frozen over, so the herd can't cross the ice. They're stuck here. And also, their young guide is still in our control. If everything goes as planned, soon the Yukuls will have no choice but to go back home. Especially as I have a plan to speed things up.
Fine.
There's also the American detective, Colonel. He should be arriving soon.
Let him meet with Miss Walker if that's what he wants to do. No point alarming him just yet. But when all is said and done, we're the ones who are handling the young woman's case. No American is going to come here and tell us what to do.
Well, that sounds sus.
What? Where did she go?
Oh, there's an obvious button there. Okay, where are you going? The fact that the viewpoints keep
All sorts of
disappearing is annoying.
sedatives and tranquilizers.
Subject Kate Walker. Olga, I've received information that the American is a subversive. She's a hysteric by nature and has gotten it into her head to accompany an old lunatic to some imaginary island. On the way, she has caused a great deal of nuisance for the authorities, and above all, has as- associated herself with the freeloading Yukols. It would also seem that Uncle Sam considers her to be of some importance. It is a good occasion to get rid of her. When I get to Valsambor, my men will arrest her and will deliver her to her country's authorities. Until then, take good care of her. The Colonel. Oh, it's over here. Okay, there was a conversation with someone, with the Colonel about the Zamyatin. Yesterday, Olga Efimova wrote, Colonel, I've received the report of the Commission concerning the clinic management and, with all due respect to our comrades commissars, I believed that putting Zamyatin to one side on my behalf would be an error. He almost never leaves his office anymore, of course, and he delegates all responsibility to me, but his signature is the one appearing on the bottom of every document, even the ones concerning my experiments. I therefore feel that it would be better to let him remain behind his desk. He makes the perfect straw man. At your services, Dr. Efimova. And she has an answer. Okay, good idea from the Colonel. So yeah, he's a puppet. Well, it would have been fun if I could forward those emails to him. Arriving soon. Dr. Efimova, my name is Nick Canton, and without bragging, I am acknowledged as the best private detective on the east coast of the USA. I'm contacting you following a telephone conversation you had with my client, the law firm Marson and Lormont. As agreed, I will be arriving in the next few days to honor the terms of the contract you agreed to with the firm concerning the extradition of Kate Walker. One point still bothers me, though. Is it true that Miss Walker has to be arrested by some sort of local militia? During the day, I'd like to have a video conference with you to clarify this point and to go over the last few practical details concerning my arrival. Regards, Nick Canton, the finest private investigator on the East Coast. Response to a psychiatric report on patient number 10, Kate Walker. Today, Helmut Mangling wrote, Dr. Efimova, in accordance with your recommendations, I subjected patient number 10, the American Kate Walker, to the standard psychiatric interview. I can now confirm without risk of contradiction that it confirms what you suspected. The patient was rambling and did not hesitate to lie shamelessly throughout the interview, even though she knew she was being submitted to a lie detector. She is a pathological liar and or is inclined towards provocation, to which must be added of all symptoms typical to the pro- God, it's so blurry over there. Propensity towards anarchy to come so common to the misguided homeland of the patient. It turns out she subscribes completely to the cause of the Yukon nomads, and it's obvious that she intends to continue agitating in our beloved region. I therefore recommend the urgent application of Therapeutic Protocol 72, which alone might deliver the patient from these subversive tendencies. I will prepare the operating room in anticipation of your response. Oh my god. Thankfully, there was a response from Olga. There is more urgent business. Come see me later in the boiler room. We have to take care of those damn nomads.
Hello, Miss Efimova. I'm here to see you too. Kate Walker. It really is you. What a coincidence. I've been looking for you for weeks.
Mr. Canton, I presume?
Ah, I see that my reputation precedes me. Miss Efimova must have told you I was coming.
No, I just now learned of your existence, Mr. Canton. A while ago, my employer in New York informed me that he was going to stick a detective on my back.
I don't like to boast, but I'm the best detective on the East Coast. Never a problem with me. I've been asked to bring you back home safe and sound, Miss Walker. I should be in Valsambor in a few hours.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Canton. I'm sure that finding me hasn't been easy.
Oh my God, you have no idea.
I'm afraid this might upset you, but I'm not planning on going back to the United States for the moment, Mr. Canton.
To be honest, you don't really have a choice. The U.S. Justice Department is looking for you, and I even have an international arrest warrant for you, Miss Walker. Who'd have thought?
The feds are looking for me? But what's the charge? I've done nothing wrong.
Embezzlement! Apparently, you took off with a contract for the sale of the Clockwork Toy Factory in Vorarlberg. And you took advantage of the seller's senility. You're even suspected of being responsible for the death of one of them, a Mr. Hans Vorarlberg, the last heir authorized to sign contracts with the company you represented. That's not negligible. You know, Miss Walker.
This is completely ridiculous. And as far as I know, you aren't authorized to represent the Justice Department in this country. You're just a detective. So you'll have to put up with it, Mr. Canton. I'm not going back to New York with you. So leave me alone.
Wait, Miss Walker. Please be reasonable.
Goodbye, Mr. Canton.
Reasonable Kate. Oh my god, that's never gonna happen. Oh my gosh, the brightness is so wonky. A little brightness fix. Okay, now I can actually see what I'm doing. I can just have my mouse back. That would be lovely. Finally. Oh, I have to release those first. So I can spin it freely and let's make an octopus. Because everything in this game is obsessed with the octopus. We have blue, blue, red, red, green. These elevators make me wanna play 7 Days to Die.
Charming.
Hurry up.
Yes, Dr. Elfimova. I'm doing whatever I can. Get this damn tap open in the end, you'll see. That's it.
Well, that should convince the Yukon scum to strike camp and go back where she came from. Come on, Helmet. Let's not hang about here.
Yes, of course, Dr. Efimova.
Because nobody can trace where the pollution is coming from.
An old gas can, empty. corrosion resistant.
Well, that's good to know, supposedly.
What a catastrophe!
Locked.
Hydrochloric acid. Too dangerous without some kind of receptacle underneath.
Well, nothing can go wrong when getting some acid. After the TARDIS jacket it goes.
This thing is stuck.
Well, it seems we can't go to the door, we can't stop the pollution. What we have left is a boat.
You've got to be kidding. I have to get rid of this chain. Fast.
The best way to get rid of a metal chain fast. He has a lot of trust in this boat. I wouldn't. Well, at least she's ducking the stalactites. Maybe she should just lay down. Not like she's steering the boat or anything. And at this speed, I don't think I would be able to dodge it with my head. Whee! Okay, since there was a bridge there. Once, and whee! Good thing the boat knew to stop here. Because Kate did not do anything for that to happen.
Quickly, or all ostrich is lost. Miss Catwalk, help please.
Engenemuk. Tuk. Bikkolet.
Miss Ketwalk, sen venu tuk 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 tuk, minimir buruth.
My God, what happened to that poor ostrich?
Ostriches want drink very bad water, tuk. When ostrich is thirsty, ostrich is thirsty. And ostrich is not smart, Miss Ketwalk. She lako, tuk. Head hard like hard rock.
Try to hold them back as long as possible. There must be a way to filter the river water.
Unganemuk. But Miss Ketwalk, go quickly.
Miss Kate Walker.
Hello, ma'am.
Ah. You remember me, Miss Kate Walker. Me, ayahuasca. Great Yukul shaman. Me go there and find you somewhere there in the world of the spirits.
So you're the one I owe my life to, Madame Ayahuasca. It's you who cared for me before taking me to the doctors in the Valsambor clinic. I don't know how I can ever thank you.
Tuk tuk tuger. Miss Kate Walker go clean river water right up there. Since she traveled long time in magic world, spirits now her friends. They will show her the right path.
Very well. If you say that the spirits are going to give me a hand, I'll try to do that.
They didn't have much to say, so let's just run to Kate. Can you move? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the spirit world, if you want to show me the way, now's the time.
Well, they'll just block all other paths, so whether you like it or not, the way will be that one way. Don't get lost when there's no other way to go.
Just had to ask, I guess. This gauge is obviously for measuring the water flow from the dam. I have to find a way to use this dam to filter the diesel. I have to try.
Goes up the top. And open up one below. One more. Maybe not fully. Come on. Oh, there we go. The nasty stuff is closed up and everything else is flowing down. Good job, me.
The water is clean now, but who knows how much damage has already been done.
they're just washing them off from the diesel. Everything's fine.
First guy'd not come back here. Now all water poisoned. Not good signs.
Oh yeah, because the signs were the reason everything happened.
Bairla, Miss Ketwalk. Thanks you and spirits. Ostriches saved.
Be careful all the same, Mr. Barut. The dam filtering the water may not hold very long.
Sa! Yukos leave here fast to make sure Ostrich is safe. But not possible without Kirk. Him our guide.
I just came from the clinic. Kirk and I shared a room.
Za! How going, Kirk?
He's fine. Don't worry, Mr. Barut.
Took. So why him not come back with you?
It's taking a while to finish his artificial leg. It would seem.
No, Kirk. Yukos cannot leave here. So ostriches want continued journey without Yukos. Can't keep ostriches here very long. Ostriches cross Lake Valsambor alone. And then eaten by lake spirits. Took.
The ostriches crossing the lake, so that has to be a part of the migration?
Tuk Tuk. Baranur, on other side of lake, is path of sacred plains. Ostriches lay eggs in hot sand on sacred plains. But lake, not any more frozen, so not be able cross.
Listen, Mr. Barut, do your best to calm your ostriches while I go to Valsumbor. I promised Kirk to go get his prosthesis and bring it back to him.
Bartla, Tuk. Miss Ketwalk, you friend of Yukol's.
I'm going to speak with the shaman now.
Ayahuasca will be very happy. See Miss Ketwalk. She go with you and around you a lot in world of spirits, so they free you. You not die because of her.
This is a rather cozy market. Then honestly, the ostriches don't seem all that bothered by staying here.
What a strange sculpture. Looks like a kind of octopus or squid. Sinister.
Ha, Miss Kate Walker. You have good news?
To be honest, nothing great. Kirk, your young guide, is in the hands of Olga Efimova. That woman has the director of the clinic, Dr. Zamiatine, under her thumb. She also seems to be in tight with a shady soldier. These people hate you, Ayahuasca. They can't stand your way of life. They're the ones who poisoned your ostrich's water. I think they're also holding up Kirk's prosthesis to keep him in the clinic and stop you from continuing your migration.
People not like Yukos now. Yukos out of date. Tuk. If Yukos without guide, not able continue great voyage. Return to north and never leave again. And then ostriches die.
Well, hold on. We're not at that stage yet. I promised Kirk I'd go to Valsumbor to bring back his mechanical leg.
Tuk. Magic leg not only problem for Yukos.
If the lake doesn't freeze, your herd won't be able to cross it. I suppose your ostriches can't really swim. It also seems to me that the lake really has a bad reputation.
Miss Walker see very clear. Now, many very, very bad spirits on lake, and also after. Baranor. Baranor, very dangerous. Bad luck everywhere. Ayahuasca very, very scared.
There may be another way to cross the lake instead of waiting for it to freeze. I'll find out when I visit Valsambor.
Why Miss Kate Walker decide to do all this for us?
Without the Ukels, I would have died of cold and hunger next to a Siberian river. It's only natural I should give you a hand in return.
Look! So, Miss Kate Walker decide accompany Ukels on great journey?
We'll see. First, I have to go to Valsambor. But like you, I seem to be a prisoner in this camp.
Ukels not have right to go to Valsambor now. Miss Kate Walker like them. Now she must find pass so that she able to leave here.
I was told about everything your tribe did for me when you found me. Thank you so much.
Miss Kate Walker cured. That's what counts. Job of ayahuasca.
Strange the lake taking so long to freeze. This must be a consequence of global warming.
Bad spirits at bottom of lake make water very hot. Really nasty bad spirits everywhere now.
Where can I find a pass so I can leave the camp?
Before, Ukels could make use of pass machine in cabin at camp exit. But authorities decide break it in small pieces, so now we cannot use. Miss Kate Walker should ask client tourists in Valsambor.
I'm going to try to find the pass that you told me about.
Miss Kate Walker, go quickly.
A hide. Must be for making clothing. Superstitions seem pretty firmly in place here.
Yeah, don't say. I can check that or not?
People not like Ukels now.
You don't have a pass to enter the city? How did you get in?
Keep moving.
Those ostriches are absolutely adorable. I wonder if I can...
We can, and we will. Aww.
No way I'm giving you my pass. That'll teach you a lesson about sneaking around.
I'm sorry, but I can't give you my pass to the town. Otherwise, I'd be stuck here just like you, right?
No, my pass to the city isn't for sale.
Duke, you buy kilo artichoke. So give me 50 grams walnuts. Cheap, cheap, cheap. A good deal, not cheap.
You know, Mads, you really do have a good nose for business.
All right, then. Please give 2 kilos, young man. But... Oh, gracious me! My wallet! Someone has stolen my wallet! Hey, you! Give it back this instant! Took? Ah! Took! The townspeople are right. You yokels, ever since you got stuck here, you've been showing what you're really like. A bunch of chicken thieves, that's all you are!
What
Dimitri,
chicken thieves?
what's going on?
What's going on is that people are right to think what they think when they see this. Those damn yokels have it in their blood. This little peepsqueak here stole my wallet!
Don't be upset, honey. I have your wallet. I'm your wife, remember? You gave it to me just a while ago so I could buy this pretty ostrich feather shawl.
Yeah, well, anyway, that guy don't feel right. Let's get the hell out of here before you bankrupt me. He can keep his artichokes.
Right, the artichokes was the problem.
He seems more laid back than other visitors. Maybe I should try my luck with him.
That's one huge pepper.
Sir, excuse me.
Hello, miss. You're not actually from here. I can hear it. What on earth is a young American doing in our beautiful land? Business? Or perhaps tourism?
Oh, it's a long story, believe me.
I see. In any event, you must try and visit our town. You know, Valsambor is very charming this season. And may I suggest you drop by my tavern? It's the best restaurant in town.
Well, I'd love to, but unfortunately I learned that now I need a pass to get into Valsambor. I'm looking for someone who can help me get one.
Ah, yes, that's true. That's a pain it is. But you're actually in luck. I may be able to do something for you. This is my wife's pass. She's not well, so she couldn't come with me. The document is perfectly valid, except she forgot to get it stamped at the town hall.
And that's a problem?
I'm afraid so. Without the stamp, the document is worthless. Not that long ago, you just needed to get it officially stamped at the police checkpoint, over there at the camp gate. But there hasn't been anybody there since the town decided to come down hard on the U-calls.
So this pass is useless?
Not necessarily. You need to add a stamp that looks like the official Valsambor seal. The police aren't that sharp-sighted around here, I have to admit. Anyway, I didn't say a word. Good luck, miss. And don't forget to drop by my tavern when you're in Valsambor.
Sure enough. Go check that cinematic spot, and then we are heading out to get the stamp.
This forge is magnificent.
Sure is.
I can go inside this yurt.
Let's peek inside then.
What a pretty pattern. If only I had the time to take a little nap.
Oh, this place had some candles. Good thing I decided to peek in then, because we're likely gonna need it.
The Ukel craftsmen must make these statuettes by the dozen. The clinic. I hope Kirk is okay up there.
Must clean cabin so not get fine.
A checkpoint for the municipal employees. Since he seems so nice, I doubt I'll be able to cut a deal with him.
Stop! You may not pass.
May I ask why not?
Miss, as the inopportune loitering of the Yukon nomads in town was proving to be disturbing the tranquility of the inhabitants, Mayor Bulakin has ordered access to Valsambor to henceforth be restricted to those presenting a duly stamped pass, which confers the authorization to access said town.
And you couldn't just decide who can go in and who can't based on height? Considering all you calls are about the size of
Did you understand
dwarf?
anything I just said?
Look at me. Do I really look like a yokel to you?
My dear young lady, your physiognomy is not sufficient. Only presentation of said municipal pass shall be acceptable.
But...
Without a pass, you shall not pass.
Do I really need a pass?
Indispensable. So cease arguing and keep moving.
Do I really need a pass?
Indispensable. So cease arguing and keep moving.
Can you... Kate, can you stop going there? Trying to kind of leave?
Given the living conditions here, I can understand why the policeman's so nice. Stamps. But not one is the right shape, of course. Nothing useful here. A stamp. Looks like something's missing, though. There's a shape ingrained in the leather. An old sponge. It's all dried out. Only the stamp is missing. How practical. So that's the famous lake that won't freeze anymore.
Oh, it does have some chunks of ice on it, but yeah, it's kind of huge. No wonder it won't freeze.
A squid lying in a puddle of ink. Poor creature.
I missed something, okay. Maybe on the way back. Need to get a stamp made first anyway, so...
Hello.
Unukmak, Miss Catwalk. Need something from Forge?
Well, yes, I do. I need a stamp that has the same shape as the Valsambor seal and that I can use with the press at the camp gate.
Complicated. Need model. Tuk tuk. You have that, Miss Catwalk? Miss Catwalk, bring much junk for Smith? Complicated. Smith also need wax for mold.
Oh, good thing I found a bunch of candles just now.
Good junk. Stamp ready in not long time.
Well, was it complicated or not complicated? How did you know what shape the cylinder needed to be to fit inside the... Kate! Stop going to weird places, goddammit, woman.
Hard not to feel intimidated.
Interesting. Why is it an ox or something, though? Weren't they enthralled by mammoths and ostriches? Okay, we got the thing inked. Let's put the stamp. Well, now I have a working pass.
Hello, Miss Walker. Very happy to finally catch up with you.
Mr. Canton, what on earth do you want?
To take you back home, whether you like it or not. Come on, give me your hands, please.
Mr. Canton, I don't know how much the people who hired you promised for delivering me to them. But if it's only a question of money, maybe...
Stop right there, Miss Walker. You're being a tad insulting. Listen, my professional integrity has never been in doubt in over 20 years of work. Come on, wrists out. Mr. Marson? Finally, I have her. Yes, she is safe and sound. I have Miss Walker under control. I'll keep you informed of our progress. It'll take a day or two at most. I suppose there are a few procedural obstacles to overcome before we can leave the country.
Listen, all these things I'm accused of are completely untrue. Hans's murder, embezzlement, it's nonsense. And while we're wasting time here, I can't help the Ukels. And believe me, they really need it.
I am not your enemy, Miss Walker. If you haven't done anything like you say, it's in your interest to go back and defend yourself in court. There's nothing left for you to do here anyway. Not everyone here is your friend in these parts, I'm afraid.
Well, all right, Mr. Canton. You win.
I'm glad you're finally being reasonable, Miss Walker. Now we just need to wait for the representative of the regional military authorities for the administrative procedures. I don't think it'll take long to get our papers, so we can leave this place then.
How long do we have to wait? I've been through a lot over the last few months, you know. I'm recuperating. I'm still a bit weak.
Well, it could take a few hours at the outside.
Would you mind bringing me a glass of water? I don't feel too well. I feel a bit dizzy.
I'd have to leave you here in the meantime. I'm not sure that...
Please, Mr. Canton. I really think I'm going to faint.
Don't worry, Miss Walker. I'll see what I can do. But don't move.
Quick. I have to get free and get out of here while Canton is busy. Useless. That's no use to me. A glass bottle. Maybe if I knock it over.
What a sturdy bottle.
It didn't break. God, I need to find something else.
Oh, that did the trick.
It worked. Now let's have a closer look at these pieces of glass. I should be able to use it. I could get hurt seeing how big it is. Too far. Free at last. All right, let's get out of here before Canton comes back. Since he seems so nice, I doubt I'll be able to cut a deal with him.
Miss Walker! No, wait! I have an arrest warrant for this woman. Arrest her! My pass! Give it back to me! Immediately, you hear?
Talk about the authorities not giving half a fuck. I will be skipping and exploring all the scenery and talking with all the NPCs. Just focus on the main story here. I will be checking scenery when I'm going past it, but I won't go specifically somewhere just to explore as I usually would.
You almost fell right in the water. Have you ever thought about moderating your consumption of vodka, sir?
E-N-O.
Pardon?
It's me, Captain Obo. Obo! Proud commander of the just as proud crystal. So don't you, sir, me.
Well, delighted. Captain, I'm Kate Walker. I'm looking for Steiner's, the clockmaker.
If I fall in the water, Taylor, it'll be to go straight to hell. So don't fall in the water, sailor. You understand? Bastard's waiting for me.
Who are you talking about?
The monster of the lake is waiting for us all, miss. Everyone's time comes eventually. To finish the work. Come on, back in the fight. Because you can never lower your guard. Never.
Oh, he's crazy.
Someone stole 3 chickens last night. I bet it was those damn thieving yukels again.
Yeah, we can't always accuse the foxes. You should go see about complaining to the mayor with all the others.
I can't
That's the nice
understand
man
why
who
those
helped me
damn
lead the Yukel
savages are
camp.
stuck here.
I should
It's
go
not like
thank
anybody's
him.
making them stay the Ah, miss, delighted to see that you finally managed to leave the Yukol camp.
Yes, thank you very much for the pass.
Well, now that you're at last here, you'll be able to taste my famous borscht.
It would be my pleasure, but I do have to find Steiner the clockmaker right away.
Simon Steiner? Ah, in that case, you should speak with Sarah, our young waitress. She's his granddaughter.
How are things in town? They don't seem to be going that well.
If you ask me, the atmosphere is horrible. At least half the people don't want the U-calls right at our door. Most of the shopkeepers even made the decision to go on strike over what they saw as unfair competition. Also, Valsambor hasn't been the same in the last 20 years. There it is.
I met that man recently. A certain Captain Obo. He doesn't seem very with it.
And he's been that way for 20 years, miss. 20 years. Can you imagine? He used to command the Crystal, the boat that made the crossing between here and the amusement park, on the other side of the lake. And he wasn't the same man then.
Is Simon Steiner well known here in Valsambor?
For a long time, he was rather popular. You know, he isn't just a clockmaker. He knows everything about mechanical objects. He repaired everything for everybody here in Valsambor. He also designed the amusement park on the other side of the lake with a colleague of his. A French automaton creator, if I remember. You could say Valsambor owes a lot to Simon Steiner, miss. So when he got sick, I offered to hire Sarah to help a little. You understand?
I'm off. Thank you again for your help.
See you soon, miss.
That was sweet of him. taking the daughter of the clockmaker to work for money.
Excuse me, please, miss.
Yes?
I'm looking for Simon Steiners.
Simon Steiner is my grandfather. My name is Sarah. Sarah Steiner.
Pleased to meet you, Sarah. I'm Kate Walker. Can you tell me where I can find your grandfather's workshop?
Of course. You'll find his shop is at the end of the alleyway, on the left, just as you leave it, in the main avenue. Can I ask what you want with him? Because he's rather old, you know.
I'm accompanying the Ucal caravan. Apparently your grandfather is supposed to be making a mechanical prosthesis for Kirk, their spiritual chief, who had a bad accident recently. Without the artificial leg, Kirk won't be able to go along with the great migration of his people. And on top of that, the Ucals won't leave without their guide.
You're accompanying the Ucals? My God, you're so terribly lucky. When I was little, Grandfather used to tell me all about their adventures, full of mystery and magic.
Do you like life in Valsambor?
Oh, there's really not that much to talk about here, you know. I spend all my time here or with Grandfather since he got sick.
There was no one who could keep an eye on him for you?
We can't afford it, I'm afraid. I also think I prefer it this way. My grandfather is my only family.
I guess you're pretty close to your grandfather?
Yes. Of course he can get a bit grumpy, especially the last few years. But he's actually really adorable, and you should see the work he does. Give him a few cogs and springs, and he'll give you some unbelievably incredible invention. He almost makes mechanical objects seem alive.
I see exactly what you mean. I used to know someone like that, too.
The only problem we have is that business collapsed when he got sick. I really do believe that if I didn't have the waitressing jobs to make ends meet, we'd probably have to close up shop.
Well, not that many people needing a clock in this town.
You seem to like the Ucals, Sarah. I get the impression that's rare in Valsambor.
It's true that when it comes to the Ucals, people around here can be a bit silly. They go out of their way to make the nomad scapegoats for all of the town's problems since they got stuck here.
But you don't, do you?
Of course not. Grandfather told me that he has actually seen 3 or 4 of the great ostrich migrations in his lifetime, and he always really respected those strange people. He even made sure I would admire them too, you know.
He's a good
man.
man.
Thank you for your help.
I'll be stopping in to see Grandfather on my next break. Maybe I'll see you there.
Yes, I hope so. Goodbye, Sarah.
My dear God. It's so hard to control her when the changing of the camera angle makes her go to no possible directions. But the one you want her to actually use.
Steiner. Hello. Are you Mr. Steiner? I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Steiner. My name is Kate Walker, and I've come to pick up the prosthesis for Kirk, the Ucal spiritual guide.
And well, dear Miss Walker, Dr. Efimova has informed me that the young man was not yet in any sort of condition to withstand the operation, and that...
Mr. Steiner, are you all right?
It is impossible. That pendant you have around your neck. I would be very obliged if you would entrust me with it for a moment. Please, Miss Walker.
No, it has sentimental value. Don't give it to some random stranger.
Mein Gott! An XZ-2000 automaton heart in perfect working condition. A compensating spring memory. Pendulum ventricles and small mechanical pumps. Everything seems in excellent condition. Donnerwetter! Where on earth did you steal this, Miss Walker?
I did not steal it. It's a souvenir. It's all I have left of Oscar, a very dear friend.
Ah, so. And yet I am actually very familiar with this type of precision mechanism. An infernal precision. Incredible, unique expertise. For this was a Vorarlberg automaton, Miss Walker.
Yes. It was Hans Vorarlberg who designed this object. Tell me, did you know him?
Oh, yeah. He even lived here a few years. We did a lot of work together. He taught me so many different things, you know. So it is useless to try and make up silly stories, Miss Walker. And I am afraid that I am not about to allow you to leave here as long as you have not told me the truth about where this object comes from.
Oh, don't bother locking me in, Mr. Steiner. If you must know, the truth is that Hans Vorarlberg was someone who was very important to me. I accompanied him on a very strange journey throughout Europe. And that object in your hand is the only souvenir I have of that adventure.
That proves nothing, Himmelherrgott! Hans would never have given this to... Ah! Ah!
Mr. Steiner, are you all right?
My heart... need... my medication. Quickly!
Just don't move. I'll go and get your medication right away.
Why should I help you, damn quack? Oh, there's something there that won't let me interact with it.
No medication in sight. Empty.
You got ourselves some mug.
A prototype for the clinic aviary?
Make yourself right at home. Don't mind me. I just own the place.
Well, not like you're telling me where your shitty medication is or how to get it to you.
Nothing that could help him. There's no point. That could do him more harm than good.
Fair enough.
Nothing that could help him. No way.
Well, that's one way to cure a person, I guess.
No medication. No medication.
Okay, we got a prescription though.
That could do him more harm than good.
Oh, goddammit. Dr. Zamyatin, blah blah blah. Warsamborg Clinic, date March 8th. General practitioner, prescriptions 2 vials of pyranolenron. Is 3 boxes of Lasiuak Decide. Recommendations. Take daily, preferably at tea time.
My heart. I need my medication. Quickly.
A woman's writing saying, "Grandfather, don't forget to take your medication 3 hours before dinner." Kirk's prosthesis. But it looks like it isn't finished.
3 hours before dinner, so now we have to figure out when the fuck is he having dinner.
An old press clipping. Fantastic.
That's a cute little model. So, anything about that guy having dinner? Tea time. 3 hours before dinner. Any concrete time, please?
Going by the smell, I'd say this cup was recently used for tea.
Wednesday, April 27th, 1989. Number 142, The Lake Gazette. Baranor local news. Incident at the Baranor nuclear plant. Authorities downplay effects. Tempest in a teapot was how the mayor of Baranor, Anatoly Mikolaev, described the incident yesterday that has worried the communities around the local nuclear power plant. I spoke personally with Viktor Rostislavovich, the director of the plant, immediately after I was informed by my constituents complaining of noise, he stated, and I can assure you that he satisfactorily answered all of my questions. In a word, all is well. Indeed, it would seem that a minor technical incident was at the origin of the alarm. The power test conducted on reactor number 3 at 1:23 a.m. caused planned radiolysis of the cooling water, which in turn caused small inconsequential detonations that were sufficiently loud to lead nearby inhabitants to legitimately react. As for rumors of underground flooding and a fire raging in the factory, Mayor Nikolaev has both firm and reassuring. Spreading rumors like that is purely and simply anti-patriotic, he said pointedly. Given the importance of nuclear energy for the economy and industry of our beautiful region, do you really think we would take an accident lightly if it were as serious as the rumors say? And the town councillor added, the reality is that the current system in the plant are so sophisticated that an accident, and by accident I mean a major one, is statistically almost impossible. When we contacted him, the director Rostislavovich concurred. He also confirmed that he had been in touch with the Energy Ministry, which in the event saw no reason to worry. Vladimir Miakoyu, permanent correspondent. Record number of visitors for the Baranor amusement park. by 50,000. That's how many entry tickets have been bought for the Baranor amusement park since it opened last year. Pyotr Bayakin, newly re-elected mayor of Valsenbor, is delighted at the impact on the region that this is... Dot, dot, dot. Ice fishing drama conclusion of the inquest. Last winter it stirred emotions up all over. Leo Nariskin out on the lake to do a little ice fishing with his little brother, drowned tragically when he fell through the ice. The inquest has concluded that it was an accident, despite testimony of the victim's little brother who claimed that it was the sea monster. Okay, so off we go. That's a hell of a lot of clocks, and not one is at the correct
All
time.
that clattering must get really tiring after a while.
Yeah, actually, quite a few are at 3:25.
Tea.
Three. 3.5? No, 4. 5. Okay, 5. Let it be 5. How did that pot know to be hot? Oh, never mind. Not my problem. He's gonna drink his fucking cold tea with the medicine. Probably go around to see him properly though.
Thank you for your precious help, my dearest Miss Walker. I'm afraid I may have judged you somewhat hastily.
Don't mention it, Mr. Steiner. Tell me about the prosthesis. I need to take it back to Kirk very quickly. If, of course, you agree to let me have it.
Yeah. I just have a few small adjustments to make. It involves very precise and meticulous mechanics, understand?
Will it take long? I'm sorry to insist, but I also have to give a hand to those unfortunate Yukels. I need to help them get across the lake with their herd of ostriches. I'm so worried about them.
Once the mechanical leg is at last ready, I can go to the clinic and bring back young Kirk to you. That way you only have to worry about what happens to the other Yukels.
You'd do that, Mr. Steiner? That would really be a great help.
So, perfect. But dear Miss Walker, are you aware of what lies in store for the nomads when they reach the other side of the lake?
What on earth's the matter, Mr. Steiner?
The next stage of your journey is the poor cursed town of Baranor. It has become hell on earth since the time of the last great ostrich migration.
Please join me downstairs for a moment, Miss Walker. I'll show you exactly what I mean. Look just next to the films there, Miss Walker. You should find a film on Baranor.
Of course it has a squid on it. Everything has a squid on it.
When you found the old film reel, run it through the spool on the projector.
I'm glad how everybody thinks I'm tech savvy. Mouse, are you gonna cooperate today? No? Mouse?
The film's missing.
Yeah, I was trying to give it, but my mouse wasn't cooperating.
Baranor, the cursed city. Baranor, the martyred town. Baranor has been nothing but a field of ruins and desolation since a week after the explosion of reactor number 3 in the nuclear power plant. Baltimore is on the other side of the lake, sheltered from the prevailing wind, and fortunately it seems to have been spared from the deadly radioactive clouds. Our town was mobilized to go to the aid of our neighbors. Although our town's means were modest when compared to such catastrophe, there were nonetheless among us some brilliant mechanical engineers. In record time, they developed a small army of automatons capable of helping the affected people. Those men and dogs of steel could go where a human could no longer set foot without becoming seriously ill. Over there, they could be excavators, rescue workers, and stretcher bearers.
Oscar, they all look like him.
Truly magnificent pieces, Nishtvar. The XZ-2000 model is most assuredly one of Hans's major masterpieces.
Their mission was to bring back any survivors of the catastrophe to Baltimore, where the victims would receive the best care in Dr. Zemyatine's clinic. The Crystal, the ferry usually responsible for linking the towns of Baltimore and Baranor every day, carried the new type of rescuers to the scene of the drama and brought back the survivors of the catastrophe.
So Baranor suffered the ravages of a nuclear accident. But according to that film, the automatons you designed with Hans should have helped save lots of lives, right?
I'm afraid that's not how things went. Because of Captain Obo, who... Ah, that must be Sarah. Please come this way, Miss Walker. I'll introduce you. Miss Walker, may I introduce you to Sarah, my granddaughter?
We've actually already met. Haven't we, Sarah?
I actually owe Miss Walker a candle. Thanks to her calmness and peace of mind, I'm still here and on my feet. She found my medication and gave it to me before it was too late. Donnerwetter.
You don't mean you had another attack, do you? Ah, you're being so very naughty, grandfather. You absolutely must let Dr. Zemyatine examine you.
Come on, stay calm, my little child. When I go to the clinic to take the prosthesis to the young Yukol, I'll stop by and see the good doctor. Until then, why don't you make yourself really useful to Miss Walker? She's looking for some way to transport the Yukol caravan to the other side of the lake.
Well, I think I've already found the solution. The boat in the film, the Crystal, it must be the ship that's docked in the port. If it was able to transport the automatons you and Hans built, it could carry the ostriches across the lake.
Ah, that's not a bad idea. But unfortunately, there's a slight problem of size, dear Miss Walker.
What on earth do you mean?
Obo became a poor wreck when he simply abandoned our automatons in Baranor. The coward now drowns his sorrows in vodka. He's convinced that he fled because of the monster in the lake. Heh! Apparently, the imbecile saw the monster, Himmelgott. So he went back on his tracks, abandoning all the automatons in Baranor, as well as the people they were there to rescue.
Grandfather, I know you're still really angry with Captain Obo because he abandoned the automatons that you built with your friend Hans and Baranor. He was supposed to wait for them. They were going to take all the survivors they found in the rubble to the boat and then bring everyone here to safety in Valsambor. But in the end, when he got to the beach at Baranor and saw the disaster and all the dead, he became really afraid. The disease, the radiation. He must have had an uncontrollable panic attack, so he immediately turned back, dumped the machines on the crystal into the lake, and came back empty-handed to Valsambor. And the automatons have been there ever since, in hell. But who knows? Maybe today he'll want to sell. I'm sure Kate will be capable of convincing him to help the Yukels. I have to go do my waitressing shift in the tavern. Come by and see me later on, okay? Captain Obo will be there.
All right, then. I'll try and convince Captain Obo. Thank you for everything, Mr. Steiner.
I don't know if I really should wish you good luck, dear Miss Walker. Baranur is only an open grave now.
You would know that clock was creepy. You have a clock living its own life in your house. Yeah. Anyway, let's go sober up Captain Obo. Actually, there are a few Yukos and a couple of locals that have claimed to have seen the monsters, so a lot of independent people are claiming that. So maybe there is a monster?
A tavern?
Then again, the stress from seeing all that death in the radiation is legit as well. Okay, where's the little girl? Girl? There we go.
The captain is just there, next to the fireplace.
Captain Obo?
What do you want?
Come on, Captain. Put your bottle away for a second and listen to me. I need to use the crystal for a crossing. Your ship is big enough to take the entire Yukel caravan. And so I need you to, are you okay, Captain?
Why are you being... My God, why are you being so mean?
Well, because...
So you're going to tell me I'm nothing but a gutless drunk too? Go ahead, I'm used to it.
No. Of course not. Now.
Don't bother. Just leave me the hell alone, little lady.
I don't believe it. That shape there in the water. What is it?
It's a monster.
Is everything okay, Kate?
Not really. I'd like to ask Captain Obo if the Yukel caravan can go on board his boat to cross over to Baranor. But I can't get a straight answer. He's completely sloshed.
I'm sorry, miss, but I really think you're wasting your time. He's getting drunk again to forget his crimes, like he always does. To forget he wasn't brave the way a captain should be. Can you believe it? In Baranor, he just picked up and abandoned his passengers. And I know, he'll never want to see that cursed place again.
I'm not sure that's true, lad. Even if he does drink a lot, the captain's a pretty good guy. Say the right thing, and you may be able to convince him.
If I'm ever lucky enough to find him sober, even for a moment, I need that drunkard to listen to me.
Maybe I can help you with that. I'll make him one of my famous small restoratives. After that, he'll want to sleep for 3 days, but at least his mind will be clear.
You know the captain better than I do. What can you tell me that will help me to convince him?
One thing's for sure, he definitely hates himself for abandoning all those people to their fate over there in Baranor. All of those men, women, and children that Grandfather's army of automatons was going to rescue and bring back on board the Crystal. He has the impression nobody here will ever forgive him, and to be perfectly honest, he's not far wrong. Plus, he's also racked with guilt. So in my opinion, avoid criticizing him.
Who knows what became of the victims and automatons the captain abandoned?
No, everybody hates the captain for that. But nobody volunteered to take the helm of the Crystal in his place to pick up the survivors. If there are any left in Baranor, they're all dead now, that's for sure.
Grandfather says that the automatons would have broken down really quickly with nobody to maintain them.
Do you know why Captain Obo fled Baranor?
He must have been completely traumatized by what he saw there. The catastrophe, the victims, and then the radiation. He unloaded the automatons on the beach, but he didn't expect they'd bring the survivors back right then. He just cracked, completely snapped. Full astern and goodbye all. Can you even imagine?
Afterwards, he came up with that story of a sea monster appearing and attacking his boat.
Yes, the old legend of the monster of the lake. Convenient, isn't it?
Has Captain Obo taken the Crystal out of port since leaving Baranor?
He's been far too drunk ever since then for that.
And anyway, the port's been closed since the tragedy of Baranor 20 years ago.
Do you think the Crystal is still in sailing condition after all this time?
I'm sure there'll be a few repairs to do, but Obo never stopped keeping it in shape, you know. He loves his boat, despite everything. Go see the captain. Sarah will bring you the restorative when it's ready.
Take this, Captain. This one's on the house.
And he still has money to drink himself to death? Damn. He must have been rich.
My God! This piss water unbattens the hatches, swabs the deck, and opens the portholes. Hello, miss.
My name is Kate Walker, Captain Obo. We met each other earlier.
To what do I owe the honor of your presence at the table of the regrettably famous Captain Obo?
This is good news, Captain. You're back at the starting block again. You have a new beginning, a new dawn.
Now that's a good show of spirit, Miss Walker. What'll you be having now? It's my round.
I'd rather you listen to me. You're my only hope of finding a solution to my problem.
Do tell me about it, please, miss.
Because the Yukels and their ostriches are stuck here in Valsumbor, it's causing a serious problem among the people in your community. Plus, the nomads have to continue their great journey. Only you, Captain Obo, can defuse the situation by taking them on board the Crystal.
You're very wrong, Miss Walker. Everybody will tell you that I'm incapable of giving a hand to anyone.
It's true, people are quick to judge. But they're not the ones who went to Baranor like you did. They can't teach you anything about being brave.
Maybe. So tell me, where do you actually want to go then, miss?
You won't like this.
Stop going easy on me, would you? Where do you actually want to go, Miss Walker?
We're going to Baranor. That's where the migration is taking the Yukels.
Are you kidding? Baranor? In 20 years, nobody has landed. Nobody's even set foot there. I saw the hellish red eyes of the monster of the lake. Beast as big and long as my boat. Ask your Yukel friends what they think about it. They call it the Kilak, the evil spirit of the lake. The devil guarding the doorway to hell.
In that case, I'll buy the crystal.
What makes you think she's up for sale?
You've left her in the port to rot. She's completely run down. You haven't the money to keep her shipshape. I have money, and I need that ferry.
She's a ferry, not a liner. And the girl wants to take the helm of the crystal. Now I've heard everything.
I know that if the Proud Crystal had an equally proud commander at her helm, things would go better. But as you don't want to go on a voyage...
All right, all right. You can get your gang of little savages and board the crystal. I'll take you.
Oh, thank you, Captain, really, with all my heart. And thank you on behalf of the Yukels.
Oh, but be careful now, Captain Girl. You're not there yet. There are 2 conditions, and they aren't negotiable. First, we stop by Narrows. It's a little town just a bit south of Baranor. That will mean we avoid the most radioactive zones, but it won't actually take you too far off your path. And second, we also sail by day. I'm not going to finish up on the lake monster's plate. And it sleeps during the day. The beast is usually a bit of a night owl anyway.
I accept, Captain Obo.
In that case, all hands on deck now, sailor, because we've got work to do before we can hoist the anchor.
Come on, Kate. You hurry off and meet with the captain before he changes his mind. I'll go tell Grandfather to join you on board the Crystal with Kirk.
Thank you, Sarah.
Well, that went well. Not exactly the conversation I had with him when I was playing solo, but... It's interesting that the conversations change slightly depending on which answer you choose. Let's prepare the boat ASAP. Just a little rusty. Where would I be if I was the captain? No, not up here, that's for sure. Guess he's at the helm.
All right, Captain. How are the preparations going?
There's quite a bit of work to do before we can hoist the anchor, Miss Kate.
Yeah, I bet. The ship hasn't set sail for ages. I'm sure everything has to be overhauled.
Well, the coal needs to be stocked up. As for myself, I'll look after getting the water tanks ready to be filled. Take this. It's the code you need for entering the hangar where the coal is kept. You actually need it to use the crane to load the coal onto the crystal. Don't forget to open the storage hatchway first.
What do I need the crane for?
This here is for loading all the coal you get from the hangar onto the ship. Use the code I gave you so that you can access the control post.
What do I need to do in the hangar?
That's where you'll find all the coal you need for the crystal. 1 container should just about be enough. And don't forget to use the entry code for the crane that I just gave you.
Okay, I'll use the code.
How do I open the hatchway to the coal storage on the crystal?
Just turn the wheel on the ship's bridge, sailor.
I'll take care of that, Captain.
We need to set sail as soon as possible, so better hurry up.
On it. Kate, keep off. So hard to control with the camera like this. You feel that both the WASD and the mouse control. Actually, I think I need the rear exit. Okay, just pick a location and go there, please. wheel, turn the wheel. Oh no, I think it was at the nose actually. Zero. 509. We'll need the chute and the banger. I have to switch the rail now that we have the cart out of storage. If I remember correctly where the hole was. Okay, I need to move one more forward. Okay. This was convoluted as AF, but I actually have to use the knife to pop this off. So I can put the button on the start here. I had to go out to figure out. Okay, this was freed. Now to fiddle with the crane. Alright, I rotated it correctly from the first try. We grab the thing. Back this way. Need to go here. There. Okay, I think this is where we should be. Yay! Go me!
Apparently, you did a very good job loading all the coal, Kate. Right. Everything's ready, so we can start filling the water tank. Now we need to connect the water tower to the crystal, then climb up there to manually activate the water flow mechanism.
Let me guess, you're counting on me?
When you're finished, come and see me on board. There's still a lot to do before we're shipshape.
At least she's self-aware that she's being used, that she has to do everything. Come on. Oh. Open it first. Oh, there goes the water tank. Imagine that, it released on its own. Okay, let's go talk to the captain. Because he couldn't stay around here to tell me stuff, I have to go through several loading screens for it.
I took care of the water, Captain. Everything went smoothly. Is everything okay?
No. The ignition key for the crystal. I can't find it anywhere. Without it, we can't even start.
Come on, just relax. The key has to be around here somewhere.
Good Lord. Now I remember. 20 years ago, when I got back from Baranor without the automatons, everybody was really very hard on me, you know.
Captain, I don't really see what you...
So I spent the whole night in the tavern. You should have seen the state I was in when I got back to the Bridge of the Crystal and...
And?
And then I threw the crystal's ignition key into the water. I swore I'd never set sail on the cursed waters of the lake again.
There has to be a duplicate for the key.
I don't know. At any rate, when Steiner finished building the crystal, he only actually gave me the one.
So that's it? The ignition key is lost forever?
Yeah. I'm afraid so. I'm really sorry, Kate, but we're stuck. I've made a complete mess of everything again. Again.
I saw a model of the crystal at Simon Steiner's. Is he the one who designed the ship?
Yes, of course.
Maybe he could be of some help then.
Maybe. Who knows?
Don't be so hard on yourself, Captain. I'll find a solution to the key problem.
If you say so.
I will. Sheesh, take a break. Not like I have a choice but to find a solution for the key problem. So, haven't checked this one yet. Captain Oboe's logbook. Give that a quick read. Logbook. Fyodor Ivanovich Oboe, proud commander of the Crystal. I am a man, and because I err, I am a man. Dostoevsky. (5/2, 1989). That was written by a coward. The title is less prestigious than Captain. It was nevertheless preferable to the prospect of once again being confronted with the lake and the red eyes that lurk there. Its eyes. I suppose it should start from the beginning, now that I've thrown the old logbook overboard, so the tale can be told afresh. Everything's ready. Room for my account, my confession. As, to judge by the speed with which the bottle of vodka is emptying, there is little time left before I plunge into a sleep stripped of nightmares. And then there's a picture of two eyes. I've never really knew why they asked me to become commander of the Crystal. I have to say that at the time I was a young wolf, dressed to the nines and proud. Merchant, Marine, Navy. There wasn't a port from Arrowbad to Baranor where they didn't toast the health of Captain Fyodor Ivanovich Oboe. Not to mention a few black eyes and gap-toothed smiles handed out along the way. The fact remains that when Valsenborg asked me to take the helm of the Crystal, I accepted, and years of happiness followed, 20 in fact. The work was easy and enjoyable, consisting of daily runs between Valsenborg and the different towns on the other side of the lake, Nakhodotsk, Tunguska, and Baranor. Damn Baranor. Baranor is the town just across from Valsenborg on the other side of the lake, since that crazy mechanic from the west set up his amusement park there last year. All I was doing was transporting tourists going to it. But that was before the accident in the power plant, before Baranor became became the radioactive hell that it will remain for centuries and centuries. Lots of people survived the meltdown. They got way more radiation than they were supposed to, sure, but they came through it alive. So, given the crystal's record, and its captain's too, the authorities immediately thought of us when it came time to rescue those poor bastards. The mission was simple: unload the rescue team on the beach at the Baranor amusement park, wait for them to come back with survivors, then take everyone back to Valsenborg Clinic until all the survivors were safe and sound. Despite the risk and the terrible sight of all those bodies, the first few crossings went as planned. Then things got out of control, because that's when it arrived here. Everybody who says my name now, the way you spit out on the sidewalk, will tell you. After all those crossings, the radiation finally put the wind up of Obo's sails. What he says he saw came straight from the bottle. That drunkard's more scared of the atom than of the oral sea smugglers. But on my honor as a sailor, I swear that that's all wrong. Sure, just thinking about all that pernicious radiation, invisible to the naked eye and capable of burning you and creating countless mutations, is enough to give me cold shivers. Of course, it put the wind up my sails. Worse in reality, a nameless terror, glacial and dark like a moonless night, but that's because I saw it. The monster of the lake, with all those arms stretching out forever, its evil eyes shining with a cunning and malevolent intelligence, those eyes. So yes, I know I can never make up for the harm I caused by abandoning the rescuers and the last survivors in Varanor. That damned me forever. I'd also be lying if I never thought about going back to challenge the monster fair and square, look it right in the eyes and try to make up for my crimes. But what good would it do? That won't bring back the people I left to die. Nobody would forgive me. The facts have shown that I'm too gutless to agree to be led into hell by one of its most eminent representatives, if it's not going to do anyone any good. Totally gutless and selfish, ladies and gentlemen. Regardless, the only thing that counts for me now is keeping the lake and its inhabitants safe from my presence on board the Crystal, and no, no more pretending. The truth is that I need to protect myself from the lake and that cunning devil it hides at all costs. Now approach the end of these lines. I can't stop looking at the crystal's ignition key, that old trinket that's been in my pocket for 20 years and that I've used so many times to set course on the lake. I see the bottle of vodka is empty, and yet my mind is clear, far clearer than it was when I fled Paranor, since my damnation. Right now, at this very moment, I know. I know how to nip any suicidal inclination in the bud, any sudden urge to confront the horror that awaits me on the lake bed. Where did that damn jacket go? And that's how the key ended up in the water. Let's get us a spare then. Stop running backwards. We can do it. We can do it, Kate. This street is how to navigate.
Kate, how are the preparations with the captain coming along?
We're making progress, but actually we need some help from your grandfather. Is he here?
He just left for the clinic with the artificial leg he made for the Yuko guide, Kirk. I'm minding the shop until he gets back. Maybe I can help you with something?
It seems the captain has misplaced the ignition key for the crystal, and without it we won't be able to leave. So as it was your grandfather who designed the crystal, I figured he just might have a duplicate.
I have to admit, I don't see where you could get one of those. Apart from the model downstairs, I don't think he kept a lot of souvenirs of the time when he built the crystal.
Would you mind if I had a look?
Of course not. Here, take this. It'll let you look at the model close up.
Oh, there goes the hell of pulling stuff.
So, Steiner had the time to finish the prosthesis. Perfect.
Grab a blank for the key. It seems I need to place the actual key here.
Let's try something else.
Yeah, it's for the actual key. Okay. Which means the blank goes here. And we'll need to make it bigger. Not quite that big. I think 150 was the thing. Don't click back, I'm not ready to go back. Now let's fight with the model to get the key out of it. The crystal Ferry of Baranur, inaugurated by Mayor Pyotr Boyakin after exactly 2 years and 98 days of labor. The 60-meter-long industrial jewel required the continuous support of over 80 automaton workers. At the inauguration of this masterpiece, its creator Simon Steiner said those words. If I had to sum it up, I would tell you that to overcome the difficulties inherent in such an enterprise, it is always good to add up certain skills that we have had when the need arises, to know how to think backwards. Wise words that quite simply will still ring true 30 years from now.
Fantastic.
Okay. I might be using a guide secretly while doing this because I don't want to spend the entire day like I did last time. Okay, we go with 30. I'll have to go for 80. Then 60. And then all the way to 100. And then we can pull the anchor. And it pops open. We have the 60 here and the 80 here, but not in the correct order, so honestly I have no idea how this is supposed to be a clue for the spins. Anyway. Turning this small key turns the engines on and off.
An ignition key. But it looks far too small for the crystal.
Oh, it says 50% on the key itself. So it's half the size of the original. So 150% should be the correct size, right? Right? Let's see if this is the correct size.
The duplication worked, but I get the impression it's not the right size.
Okay, do I have to go for 200 then? Weird. Anyway. Grab another blank, it's fine. Okay, we have a new blank in at 200%. Come on. Okay, we grab the key for the crystal. That's progress.
Don't worry. As soon as Grandfather gets back here with Kirk, I'll tell them to join you straight away on the crystal. Okay, running, keep running, keep running. Oops. Give the key to the guy first so he can tell us to go get the Yukos. Or did I have to open the port first? We'll see. Okay, just use the stairs, please. Okay, where's our self-deprecating captain? Oh, that one piston's not moving.
Fantastic, Kate. I have to admit, you really know how to get things done.
Thank you, Captain. Are there any other preparations to carry out?
There's just one last problem to solve. The locks we need to use to get out onto the lake. They're shut by order of the town hall. You have to find some way to get them open.
What do you suggest?
The best thing to do is to ask Mayor Bulyakin for the authorization to reopen them. But just to give you fair warning, he's about as straight as a crooked waterspout, so you mind him. Or Or you could just get a hold of some explosives and then kaboom!
First, I'll try talking to the mayor. Thanks, Captain.
Well, he's getting enthusiastic. Okay, let's talk to the mayor. If it wasn't for all the loading times, I would probably have been finished with the recap. Run, Kate, run! This time we're going on this side. Doesn't help much with the navigation.
I don't have any coins. Too bad.
Do you really want to return to this town, Kate? Isn't that the usual wish on a fountain, to come back? I wouldn't.
My dear friends, keep calm. Please, keep calm. I beg of you.
We'll calm down when we get what we want.
Yeah, Nomad's out.
Kick the Yukos out right now, or the strike will get worse.
I know just what you mean, my dear friends, and...
It's all words. We want action.
Listen, my dear friends. I'm ready to work with you to find solutions to your very legitimate concerns. And starting tomorrow, I'll receive your delegation.
Yeah, you better. And don't try outsmarting us, Bulyakin.
Just trust me and you will see. Come back tomorrow and together we'll find an honorable way out of this crisis. Listen to me, please. Come on, get a broom.
The shopkeepers are on strike for the first time in ages. That's not good business for anyone, if you want my opinion. Mayor Boya King hasn't been up to handling the situation since the catastrophe. I've said it for years.
Excuse me. What's happening here?
Isn't it obvious? We're demonstrating against having the Yukon nomads parked on our doorsteps.
But what for?
Since they came to Valsambor, there's been no end to the shoplifting and vandalism, and on top of that, their souk is taking our customers. Mayor Bulyakin has to do something, and fast. We're not leaving until he receives our delegation.
But why won't the mayor talk to you?
Because he's a schmuck. He wants the nomads to continue their migration as much as us, but he's too afraid of annoying his higher-ups. And while he's gaining time by playing both sides of the board, we're watching our sales go through the floor.
The authorities are asking the mayor to prevent the migration from continuing? They want the Yukos to stay blocked in Valsambor?
That's what people are saying, but if you want my opinion, the only thing the mayor is waiting for is someone to get rid of those savages without him having to get his hands dirty.
Well, that's gonna be easy enough. I like the statue of the automaton and the dog in the center of town.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes? What now?
Would you give the order to open the locks in the port just until...
Ho, 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 ho. Please, miss. I don't remember you becoming a citizen of this town. You need to understand that here in Valsenborg, people don't usually shout at the mayor like that. Especially if it's to demand the extracurricular use of municipal infrastructure. Now, would you mind telling me how such a notion came to a tourist visiting our good town?
I'm actually accompanying the Yukon tribe on their long journey right now, Mr. Mayor. I've asked Captain Obo if he would take us to the other side of the lake on the Crystal to Nowdusk.
Oh, Captain Obo, the Crystal, the Yukons. Do go on. Anyway, it would be very ungracious of me if I were to criticize you for removing that burden from our good town. Nonetheless, I'm afraid I must refuse your request, dear lady. The locks will remain closed until further notice. This decision came from above, you understand?
Listen, Mr. Mayor. You and I both know that the real problem is that you want to keep your voters' support without ticking off your superiors. And I might just be able to help you.
Really? And exactly how might that be?
Open the locks and I'll leave with the Yukons. Then you just have to tell the authorities that I committed some kind of sabotage. They'll gladly believe you. I have a very bad reputation, you know. And that way, you'll come out smelling like a rose.
Well, I have to admit, dear lady, that your arguments have convinced me. I am authorizing you to open the port locks so the crystal can leave. Nonetheless, you should know that there is a technical problem that means the locks have to be opened manually. I imagine that such an inconvenience isn't likely to deter a woman as determined and resourceful as you.
Do you mean that?
Yes, as the local technician is absent, I'm afraid you'll have to delve into the murky waters yourself to open the locks. Nonetheless, this should help you use the underwater mechanism.
But how am I supposed to dive?
That, dear lady, is your problem, I suppose. Do have an excellent day.
You bastard. Then again, that was quite expected. At least we have permission to open them. See, what do we have here? A few cogs, chain. Yep, that's just a blueprint. Okay. Oh, off we go. Let's go diving. Come on, game. Really, I'm stuck in the fucking car. Well, let's go talk to the captain. He should know something about diving.
Well?
The mayor gave us authorization to open the locks, but I have to do it manually, by diving down into the port.
I can probably help. There should still be some old diving equipment you can use in that shed at the end of the seawall.
I've never gone diving. But if you think I'll be fine down there, I don't mind trying.
This has to stay between the two of us, Kate. There's something you need to know about the locks. They're also there to stop the lake monster from entering the port. Anyway, that's what I heard. But at this time of day, there's no risk. That spawn of hell sleeps all day.
Do you really believe there's a monster down there in that lake?
You know, 20 years ago, it really wasn't Paranor that I was afraid of. Not the deaths, the radiation. That's what people say, but the truth is that it was actually that damn monster that made me scoot away like a minnow. It was lurking around Paranor, drawn by the stench of the graves, probably. I saw its red eyes staring at me, Miss Walker. That's something you never forget.
Where's a suit I can use?
Meet me in the shed at the far end of the seawall. There should be something just about your size. I mean, near enough, anyway.
Underwater? How am I supposed to open the lock gates?
They're kept in place with some kind of steel locks. Just try and pull them out using their mechanism.
All right. There's nothing to it.
Meet me in the shed at the end of the seawall.
Okay, I get it. Right there. Come on, game, why can't she just run where I want her to? No talking to random NPCs, sorry, just rushing through the game.
I opened the shed for you.
That's a nice view. And how is this boat outside and fine if the lock is broken and can't be opened or closed? If there's a lake monster? That's sus. Or did it come from one of the nearby cities? Okay, we got a diving suit.
Oxygen bottles. But they look empty.
So, anyway, we're grabbing them.
I have to get all the equipment together and get it ready before I change.
There's a helmet.
Pressure required.
Yeah, can you keep it there? Like
Pressure required.
180 bars for 30 meters.
Nothing. I must have forgotten something.
Okay, 180 cars turned on. Come on, mouse. Can you appear so I can fill up my tanks, please? Thank you. Well, I seem a little bit slim for this outfit, but it works. Still don't get why the shoes are open and her feet will be soaking wet, but yes, it works. Good thing she's not the type to panic. And there's a gear here. There's a sus key here. Come on, Kate. Can you please at least look at something where it's supposed to be looked at?
I won't be able to open the locks while the bolts are activated.
Key. Pop this open. Okay, I was rotating in the wrong direction. Fine. Can I have my mouse? For fuck's sake, game. Okay, we have it half open. There's a little bit of a chain missing and I'll need to go look for some. Good thing there's a bunch of shipwrecks here.
In the middle of the debris there, what's that? What on earth could have left these marks?
I'm not really seeing any marks, but I see a ship snapped in half. Like it was squeezed. And thankfully, that ship had a chain just about the right size and it's just laying around, not damaged, not covered in algae, not anything. Yay! Let's go fix the other half and open the rest of the port wall. Open the locks. Wait, no, that. Here, Kate, please just come here. Place the cogs, give them the chain. Spin the hell out of it, though it's not exactly spin friendly. Come on! Okay, or the correct sound. Come on, pull it! God damn it. Okay, the other one I had to pull, this one I had to click. Really, game, really! Dear God, it's frustrating.
Well done, Kate. I couldn't have done better myself.
Of course you couldn't have.
Well, if everything's ready, I'll go and get the Ukels right away.
In the meantime, I'll go and make sure that everything's all set. By the time you come back here with the nomads, we'll just have to cast off.
Perfect. I'll see you later, Captain.
Listen, I'm sorry for trying to get into Valsenborg without a pass. It's illegal, I know, but Kate Walker, this woman I'm looking for, is hiding there. And may I remind you that you've been ordered not to interfere with my mission.
Mr. Kantan, I'm afraid that only applies on the condition that you scrupulously respect the applicable municipal legislations.
I'd love to, but those damn Ukels stole my papers. Those midgets are Miss Walker's accomplices, don't you see?
In that case, just file a formal complaint with the Municipal Formal Complaints Department. However, as of now, I'm afraid I regret to have to inform you that you are officially under arrest. Sir.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it.
Me neither when I was arrested, but...
There's an interrogation. Keep moving.
That's cute.
The nomads are putting all of their junk away.
Well, it does seem a lot cleaner now. Easier to run around. Whoops. Sorry, didn't mean to kick you, poor little thing. Come on, shaman. God, those loading times have no end.
Miss Kate Walker found another way for Yukos to cross Sacred Lake?
Yes, it's unbelievable. I found a boat that can take all of you and your herd, too. The captain, Captain Obo, is waiting for us at the port.
First, we all must wait Kirk, guide of Yukos, made like new with his new magic leg.
Simon Steiner, the Valsenborg clockmaker, finished Kirk's prosthesis and took it to the clinic. They're going to come down together and meet us on board the Crystal.
So Yukos make use of night to pick up entire camp. Much work for us tonight.
Wow, the fog is so thick the people can't even see that the huge tent is gone. Or is it? Yeah, it's not just...
Well done! Great! Now we're really getting somewhere.
It's not just those 3 ostriches, you know, there's like a bunch more. Anyway.
It's just a minor setback. As long as their spiritual guide is here, in our hands, the nomads are going nowhere.
I hope you know what you're doing, Olga Efimova. The rest of my men won't be arriving for another few hours. It'll be hard to keep those savages here without breaking heads. And I don't want to create a scandal here in Valsenborg.
Don't worry, Colonel. If we do it my way, we won't need your army of mercenaries to solve the Yukon problem once and for all.
I'm just not sure what time is it in the game, because they packed through the night and suddenly it was morning, now it's...
My God, what on earth can they be doing? What are they doing?
Please calm down, Captain. Sarah promised to send Steiner and Kirk down as soon as they get there from the clinic. I'm sure they'll show up.
It doesn't matter if they turn up now or an hour from now. We were supposed to leave before nighttime. I'm warning you, there's no way I'm taking my ship out onto the lake just when it's the monster's mealtime.
Listen, if it makes you feel better, we can leave tomorrow at dawn. Until then, I'll go see how everyone is getting on. And you try and calm down a bit. Everything will be fine, Captain.
So, did they pack through the night or not? I'm seriously losing track of the time we're supposed to be here. Also, if we just ran through the border thingy and hid in the boat, why didn't the local authorities get us if we've been here for a full goddamn day? So much bullshit in one place.
Kate!
Sarah, is everything all right?
It's grandfather. He hasn't come back from the clinic.
Maybe putting on Kirk's prosthesis took more time than he thought it would.
That's just what I thought too. But when I took the funicular to go look for him in the clinic, I saw everything up there has been closed up, and there are armed men in the lobby.
Maybe those are the soldiers with that colonel who's chasing us.
They're holding Grandfather. I just know it. I have to go save him.
Young Takmoon is right. Miss Kate Walker must hurry and go back to clinic and save Kirk.
And Grandfather, what will you do about him?
No way, I won't leave anyone but...
Miss Kate Walker must not forget all the things that Yukos did for her.
Remember, you owe Grandfather a lot too.
Calm down, both of you.
What does she
bring
owe
them
your
back, but I need the two of you
grandfather?
to keep your heads.
Miss Kate Walker must take this. We'll need it up there.
What's that? And how can you know what I might need?
Spirits not just send really bad signs. Now, Miss Kate Walker must return back in clinic.
I'm off. In the meantime, tell the captain to be ready to leave. Too bad if it's dark out. If the colonel and his men are really up there, we'll need to leave the second I come back here with Kirk.
Okay, the bar is closed and there's quite a few drunkards there trying to get back in. As if it's the first time the bar closes in ever. For fuck's sake, with the camera angles! I love this game, but the execution of this particular one is horrific. Ooh, an open door. Ooh, there's a card.
Wedges.
Oh, let's get some wedges. Yeah, like that wasn't gonna happen, Kate. Anyway, we got the wedge. Who knows, maybe we'll need wedges in like 30 seconds.
No, I need to find something else.
Oh, this looks sus.
That's not right.
Well, stuff a small wedge, stuff a big wedge. Big small wedge. Stuff a small wedge. Stuff a big wedge, take a small wedge. Stuff a small wedge, and the door closed.
No power. Stuck.
Well, let's stick a knife somewhere where there's electrical cords. Nothing can go wrong with that, right? There are people expecting Kate Walker to appear, and nobody gets alarmed by the funicular suddenly going down, considering it was supposed to not move.
Listen to my voice, young Yukol. Listen to the voice of a very dear friend. Kirk, you are the guide of your people. He who shows his Yukol brothers the path of modernity and progress. These archaic migrations that you persist in perpetuating are now but ridiculous reflexes. You must take your people back where they came from and have them settle down. Build real houses, schools, and factories. The nomadic life will no longer be possible in the world of tomorrow.
That was a pretty long cinematic.
A military device. Sarah was right. A military device. Sarah was right.
Do think people are just abandoning their helicopters willy-nilly? Kate, can you get in? Just get in, please. Yay for a walkie-talkie.
From the looks of this mic, I bet the voice will be completely distorted.
And all those trained military men did not see this huge door open that usually creaks and cracks and...
If she's actually mad enough to try and save her nomad friend, neutralize her without violence. We must send her to American justice in one piece, if possible.
young nomad?
Olga Efimova is on it.
I've met a lot of people in my life as a soldier, Colonel. I've seen things.
And, Sergeant?
Dr. Efimova gives me the shivers.
Indeed, me too, soldier. Me too.
And they won't be able to hear her like 10
This
steps
is
away
Dr.
from them.
Olga Efimova.
Come in. Over.
What's wrong, Olga?
Helmut thinks he saw the American lurking in the sick ward.
I don't know what she's up to.
You have to stop her as soon as you can.
Is that idiot psychiatrist really sure? I'm sure we would have seen Kate Walker enter the clinic.
Colonel, if you'd rather run the risk of letting that cow run free, it's up to you.
I hope you're not disturbing us for nothing, Olga Efimova.
What on earth happened here?
That's the hat of the clockworker guy.
Miss Walker, come quickly.
Dr. Zamiatine, but what's going on?
It's Olga. She has brought her soldier friends into the clinic. Just after Steiner fitted Kirk's prosthesis. Then the soldiers wanted to stop them from leaving. Steiner refused to listen to them. He kicked up a fuss. So they worked him over. My friend had an attack.
Miss Walker.
I'm here, Mr. Steiner.
You have to save young Kirk. That woman, Olga, she's a real monster, you know. Your enemy, and that, Colonel. Protect the Yukols from those criminals. Make sure they get to their destination.
You can count on me, Mr. Steiner. Steiner, are you all right?
With a bit of rest, some medication, and a little luck, yes. But please now. You really must hurry and help young Kirk, Miss Walker.
My dear Miss Walker. Your medallion. The heart. You know, it's in very good condition. It contains a lot of essential data from an XZ-2000 automaton. Everything as it were. You understand, on that particular model, the heart and intelligence were intermingled. So then, it wouldn't take all that much for you to get your friend Oscar back one day.
Yes, Mr. Steiner. Of course. I'll remember.
Thankfully, they got Kirk in this place.
Kirk. Oh, Kirk. If you can hear me, please just listen to me. Your tribe needs you. The migration can't happen without you. It's hopeless.
Everything is possible when I have a paperclip.
Completely fascinated.
Ah, mouse, come back.
He's unconscious. I have to wake him up. Another one of Olga's neuroleptics. Who knows how much she injected?
Come on.
Kate Walker? What on earth are you doing here?
I'll explain later, Kirk. We have to get back to the tribe right away. They're waiting for us to cross the lake.
Maybe you could try to find something in the room, Kate Walker. Some clue or other.
Well, of course I have to find something. Oh, the statue and piece of paper.
Oh, that banshee Olga took the time to tear up the code, of course.
From Dr. Mangaline. Madam Olga, in accordance with your instructions, I have set you our young nomad patient. If you should happen to need to remove him from his mechanical therapeutic device, the code is removed. Whoa, when in doubt, smash the hell out of it.
Kirk, run!
Get them.
Thank you for coming back for me, Kate Walker. Did you see how fast I can run on my new leg?
Yes, Simon Steiner is definitely a genius craftsman.
Hide it, Kate!
Kate! Grandfather, did you find him? Isn't he with you now?
Your grandfather had another attack, I'm afraid. But Dr. Zamiatine stabilized him and is looking after him. He's got a good chance of making it this time, too.
Kate Walker, we have to go.
I have to go, Sarah. Thanks for everything you and your grandfather have done for us.
No, but thank you, Kate. Here, please take this scarf so that you will remember us.
It's magnificent. Thank you, Sarah.
Goodbye, Kate Walker.
You have underestimated that woman, Dr. Olga Efimova.
Doubtless.
You realize
But
we
the
have a
game isn't
helicopter.
over
We
yet,
can attack them at
Colonel.
any time, right?
Indeed. And we are going to change the rules as well.
Okay, that was one quick dinner during that cinema.
Captain, you make me nervous when you shake like that. Calm down, please.
Calm down. God, we're sailing full ahead into that damn Lake Spirits hunting grounds, and you want me to calm down?
Captain, please don't start talking again about that so-called
It's him! It's the lake monster! Oh my God!
Not at all, Captain. Look outside.
We ran into ice.
Just what we needed.
We can't go around?
That will take us off the route for Nahodotsk. We'd end up losing far too much time. We'd be better off trying to use the crystal's breakers to get through the ice instead. Go on down into the machine room and try to start them up.
Just let me do something for a second. You know,
The breakers? What are they?
Well, just like the name says, they break the ice. That's what let us operate as a ferry to the amusement park in Baranor, even when the lake was completely frozen. In the good old days.
When I get down to the machine room, what do I do?
Turn on the breakers, lower them down to the ice, and make sure you adjust the power. If you need any help, I can guide you from up here.
that's gonna be how I barely made it when I was live streaming.
Take it easy on the bottle while I'm in the machine room, please. I'm counting on you.
What on earth? Go and turn on the damn breakers for me now, instead of preaching the good word.
All right, I'm going.
And on the double, please. Because if we stay stuck like this, we're just like a worm wriggling about on the end of a hook for that monster lurking below us.
I'm on it, I'm on it! Running, running, keep running, running!
Euchal matches.
Did they not read the no smoking rule? Knowing how long it takes for it to react, it's gonna be annoying. Yeah, I knew this would happen. It's gonna be happening a lot. Come on, let me move the goddamn thing!
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, I just don't have a working mouse.
What is it, Captain?
Why on earth are the breakers still not working yet?
It's the mechanism. It keeps stalling.
You need to be a lot faster with the gears. Once in third, make sure you change to second really quickly.
Yeah, let me fetch the guide again, see if I need to go through all the gears just in case. Fuck this shit. Okay, I don't have to go to second. Oh, it's first, then third, then second, if the mouse feels like working, that is. Come on! Can I? Can I fucking touch the damn thing now? Game? Really? Really? Are we gonna have to do this? It'd be much easier if the fucking game was willing to cooperate with me. Come on, second. Oh dear god, it finally worked. Well, this was a lot less headache than on the live stream.
Now, Dusk, we're here.
Are you sure we're there? Because I have a sneaking suspicion that something sus is going on.
There! Job well done.
Good work, Captain. How long before we get to Nowadusk?
It'll be in just a few more hours, bosun.
Another iceberg?
No. This time it came from the stern. Stuck. Good lord. Go and see what's holding us up and report right back fast. Go see what's got us blocked, cabin girl.
Changing route, big mistake.
You should go and do what the captain asked you to do, Kate Walker. We're losing time.
What the?
Well, that's some tentacle work. Don't faint now, Kate.
So, you're back to finish the job off, you bastard!
That was empty.
Thank you, Captain.
Later, Kate. That bastard's attracted to the running lights. Gotta shake a leg and turn them all off.
Can I do that in the machine room?
They're on a separate circuit. We don't have time for that. Just get there and break all the bulbs, damn it!
And you?
I'm going to try to start the engines back up and get us out of here. Good luck, bosun.
Oh, that's a lot of tentacles that I don't want to play with. On a good note, we have something to break stuff with. Last time I started on the wrong side and it took me forever to find the breaking item. Can we have a little less loading time and a little more breaking time? Really, why is it taking so long in a supposedly time-critical mission to actually get the breaking done? Well, thanks for helping with that one. That was quick. Do we have any on the nose? We do. Play this pretty low. Easy enough to smash on the first go. Come on. Kate, you're being so incredibly slow in something that's supposed to be time critical.
It's stuck.
Well, at least we had the good old it's stuck in this one.
I have to find a way to push this crate.
Do you have to find a way, or can you just push the crate? Well, try not to fall into the sea. No, no, Kate, no, not this one. No, no.
It's stuck.
Fuck's sake. Why are they placing the climbing and the touching nodes so fucking close together? Also, a thing I found annoying was the thunderstorm in supposedly sub-zero temperatures. That's not something I've ever encountered in my life. What do I need to break? Didn't I break them all already? I have to play with the ones here somehow. Oh yeah, there's this one here.
I can't reach the light as long as the monster is focused on it. Empty.
Is there like a flare gun somewhere that I didn't notice? Yeah, should have been flash somewhere. Where would be a flare? Inside. Let's get out of the monster reach. Oh, there's the light. Are we gonna take the flare or what? Emergency flare on the tentacles. I don't know how it has eyes on the tentacles, but apparently it does. Well, no more big lights, so it's no longer interested. Yay, we can go now.
We did it, Captain!
Yes, I think.
And considering the cargo hold is currently underwater, the ostriches
I thought
are
if we destroyed the
dead.
running lights, we'd get away.
Me too, actually. Now we have to try and see if we can come up with something else.
What do you suggest?
Go cut the engines. The sound must be what's drawing it to us still. I'll go get the next part ready.
What next part?
Don't worry about that. Just get a move on. Hurry!
Well, the best place to kill an engine is, oh, well, let's try the key first. I mean, we have a key here. We work hard to turn on the engine, but... Oh.
Help!
No, thank you. I have no intention of helping you. You're at the safest place on this ship right now, anyway. Okay, let's hit the engine room with something hard and heavy. Right, that explains why I actually had to turn on the engine from the engine room and not with the key when I needed power in the amusement park.
There go the motors. Let's hope the monster will leave us alone now. It didn't work, Captain. The monster's still there.
I'm well aware of that. That's actually why we need a small diversion.
What kind of diversion? What are you talking about?
We're going to have to convert this lifeboat into floating bait, then drop it down into the water. That should draw the beast's attention away from the crystal. I'll go and fix the gramophone, and you go get the light. Hurry! Move it, for God's sake!
I'm moving, I'm moving!
Empty. Of course. The fuel inlet. But what can I use?
Oh, a ship of a drunkard. When in doubt, vodka. And where does the Russian hide his vodka? In his books.
Great timing. Something's wrong. No time to read.
Really, I have to talk to somebody else to tell me that I need vodka? A guide says I actually just have to open the book, but she won't get any closer to open the book, so I'll still try to talk to the NPC first.
Kila crack boom nanuk metal. Nanuk glu glu.
Quickly, or all ostrich is lost.
Yeah, ostriches seem
There'll be
fine.
chaos here soon. I have to hurry.
There's no chaos, though there should be like a ton of water in there already. The ship is half capsized by the thing. For fuck's sake, Kate, can you not? Please!
No time to read. Great timing.
Oh, she needed another click on it to finally find the alcohol.
Incorrigible.
Fill it with vodka and light it with a match.
There. Everything's ready. Good.
Captain? Captain, what are you doing? Cast off the lifeboat and get back on board. Stop it, Captain! You don't need to do that!
Oh, yes, I do. It's the wrong current. The lifeboat won't move away from the ship. Besides, my God, I've been waiting for this for 20 years. Farewell, Kate. I know you'll get the pipsqueaks there safe and sound.
Captain.
You hear
There
me,
was a
bastard?
lifeboat on the other side of the crystal, you
20
know.
years. So come on, now! It's time to settle things once and for all. Come on! Come on! Come get some! Come on, monster! It's Captain Obo speaking to you! You scared or what?
Good thing this monster is so easily provoked.
Kate Walker! There!
And of course there's a tsunami in a lake.
Miss Kate Walker better?
Yes. I think. Are we at now dusk?
Miss Kate Walk should talk to Kirk. Him in front part of boat.
And with this, we actually caught up with the recap. So when the cinematic ends, I will be wrapping this up. Thanks for watching.
What's going on?
And I'll be seeing you soon.
It's serious, Kate Walker. The monster's attack damaged the ship's controls and sent us over to Baranur.
That sign of the spirits. They want to be sure Yukul caravan follows sacred path like always. Migration must continue. Spirits show right route.
Before we even think of getting on the road again, we need to figure out how much radiation there is around here. If we get exposed to too much, none of us will see the end of this journey.
That's not the only problem, Kate Walker. We ran aground opposite the beach, and the ostriches are stuck in the hold. We have to move the crystal forward before we can open the doors.
We'll take care of that as soon as I found a way to measure the radioactivity here. Until then, nobody is to leave the crystal.